The Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League tournament for 2025. The game down for decision here today is BBK Partnerships versus CDB. It's a 50-over match as well. And of course, all to play for. CDB have won their first game. BBK didn't do too well in their first game a couple of days ago, but we'll be out to perhaps make amends for that as well. To talk to from Colombo, it's a lovely morning here at the Colts grounds as well. And of course, beautiful sights of the Colts Pavilion, a fairly new pavilion which was put up as well. And that's something that we'll really look forward to in the years to come as well, because the players who had to undergo lots of hardships earlier in a smallish pavilion have now got a super facility of a luxury pavilion to play with. Right, I see the buildings around as well, as Colombo, as you know, has now been built up. Lots of work going on in the Colombo area as well. And of course, first things first, let's go to the center and we'll join Iran with a report on the pitch.
It's a fabulous morning here at the Coles Cricket Grounds in Colombo. The weather looks fantastic and we do predict a full days of cricket. Well, talking about the outfield, the grass has been trimmed well, and as batters, you will have full value for the shots you would play. Right then, let's take a look at the surface that we are supposed to play today. Around the area, there are some visible cracks which might open up later during the day and assist the spinners. Apart from that, the surface has been rolled on nicely and looks solid and hard. Well, there is a little bit of grass covering towards the other end of the surface, which might help the fast bowlers during the first session of play. Overall, the surface looks a bit slower, and if you're the captain winning the toss, I might reckon you need to have a bowl first.
Right, thank you so much, Aran. That's the state of the pitch today. In fact, we're having a 15-minute delayed start. Scheduled start was 9:45 in the morning, but the game is starting at 10 o'clock because it's a pitch that has got some water on it, so they need the pitch to dry out as well. But of course, that 15 minutes is not going to make much of a difference. I reckon it's going to take another good 45 minutes for the pitch to dry out. So let's see what happens in the middle with the toss, because that's going to be important today. With a pitch to play on, Iran is there with the two captains and the match referee.
It's a bright sunny morning here at the Coles Cricket Grounds in Colombo. It's day number 2 of the Singer-MCA Super Premier League, where CDB will be taking on BBK Partnerships. Right then, it's time for the toss, and I do have the two skippers and the match official with me. Viyaskant Vijayakant for BBK Partnership and Lahiru Madhushankar for CDB, and our match referee for the day, Wendell Rabroy. Viyaskant, you have the coin. Can you give it a flip, please? Heads is the call. It's the tails. Right, Viyaskant, you have won the toss, and what have you decided to do first?
We are going to bowl first.
All right, you're coming back to this game after a loss in your previous encounter. How are the boys feeling and how we are prepared for this game?
We're feeling really well because we lost against a good side, against a national. They had a national place as well. We did really well, I hope. I think it's a slow track, and we are going to plan to bowl first again.
Thank you very much, Viyaskant. Good luck for today's game. Lahiru, if you have won the toss, what you would have done first in this surface?
I think we are going to bowl first, but we are lost now batting.
All right, cool. So, especially during the first opening game of the tournament, you and your team, you had a brilliant outing. You did really well to win that game. How are the boys feeling coming into the second game here today?
Yeah, we are all have good mindset, and we are all are doing great job last match. So we have good mentality all departments. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good luck for today's game. All right, so the news from the center is that BBK Partnership, they have won the toss and they will have a bowl first.
Right, thank you so much, Iran. There we are. So that's the news of the center, with BBK Partnership saying won the toss, invited CDB to bat first. There's the two teams. So BBK Partnerships led by Viyaskant, a good quality bowler. And then they've got Edward Dilakshan along with Shyam Sundar. Nipun Karunaku did well with the bat in the first game. Niroshan Dikwal, the wicket keeper. And Newton along with Sarujan Shamunathan, the schoolboy who's in the side. and then Sarangan along with Vidishan. Santosh Gunzilaka into the side with Tony Gregg. And we'll talk about the CDB A team. There is Lahiru Madhushankar, quality batsman. Isita Vijay Sundara, Lahiru Udara, along with Mudid Laksha, Nipun Dhananjay, Oshita Fernando, Pramod Madhushan, Sonal Dinusha, Tarindu Ratnaka, Lasit Cruzpulla, and Pavan Ratnaka, power-packed CDB team as well. So they'll want to put on a good show because they're putting to bat today by BBK partnerships. So we got maybe about 5 minutes before play could commence. That's the time that's called by the umpires. A 15-minute delay because the pitch is wet at the moment, because I think they watered the pitch last evening, not recovered enough. The covers on as well, so there'll be a lot of sweating as well with the covers being on. And don't forget that there's an under-23 tournament also taking place simultaneously in many grounds in Colombo. And yesterday there was a game played here, the same ground, on a different pitch, of course. And that game apparently ended about 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. And not much time for the ground staff to get things done and ready for today's game, which is the 50-over game. But looking at the ground itself, well, it's going to be very fast indeed. Anything that passes the fielder is certainly going to hit the boundary. And looking at all the wickets itself here, well, they've all been used quite a bit because we've had about 7 or 8 months of cricket, in fact, over this year. And there we have the clock reading about 4 minutes to 10 o'clock at the Colombo Colts Cricket Club. Lovely morning for cricket. It's going to be bright, hot and humid, there's no doubt. And we see that the BBK partnership team, they're out at the moment, waiting for the umpires to come out as well. And there we have pan of the field. The field looks really good. And this is match number 4 of this competition. 2 other games down for decision. Total of 3 games being played on a day. And at the MCA grounds, Melbourne will take on Haley Zay. Be another interesting game. Both teams winning their first matches. And at Thurston College grounds, HNBA will meet Fairfirst Insurance. Another game that's down for decision there today. So 3 games being played in this tournament on a given day. Right, so players wait to take the field. We're waiting for the umpires to come out. They should be out in a moment or two. And the stage is all set for this game, match number 4 of the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League for the year 2025. And the Colts grounds hosting this game as well. So looking around as to what's really going on here, as perhaps the umpires now walking out and looking at the clouds, the sky in fact. White clouds, no threat of rain. Patches of blue as well. There's the umpires coming out for the game. And they've been out in the middle about maybe 45 minutes ago, checking on the conditions out here to check time, and they decided we'll have 15-minute delay start because of the wet pitch. So it's going to be interesting because BBK partnerships have won the toss, invited 2 years or so, and that augurs well for the youngster from the north who's come to Colombo now and playing competitive cricket as well. So a few more boys from the north also playing competitive cricket. And there we are, the huddle broken up, few words being shared. And now out to the middle, and what could they do to contain the strong CDB side, who's done extremely well, because they chased about 230 odd the other day when HNBA batted first, and then they've won quite comfortably was the CDB team. They won in the 48th over. They got those runs on about 7 wickets. So a good batting side. If you look at all those names there, all the big names in Sri Lanka cricket as well, playing for the CDB. The batsmen walk out as well. There's Niroshan Dickwalder, the wicket keeper on the side, and also the opening batsman. Aldous has a few words to say whenever he's at a cricket ground. And he was disappointed that he didn't make a big impression. He got a good start in that first game. He hit the bowlers to all corners of the field with sixers as well in the first over and perished in over number 3. So he couldn't make a good impression there, but he's out to make a good impression today at the Colts grounds. But he's talking about the wickets itself. Well, he wants the very good batting tracks to make runs. And, of course, we're not going to have perfect batting conditions for any of these grounds because so much cricket has been played around the last 7 to 8 months, and the tracks have been used so much. There's been school cricket, club cricket, and what else? Mercantile cricket. Everything has been going on. And therefore, the ground staff don't have really time to do top dressings a lot of these grounds. So that's the penalty that batsmen will pay when they don't have good batting conditions. Right? So the players in the middle. Guard being taken for the first over, being bowled from the Hadlock Sports Club end. And looking at the field, well, they got one slip in place. They got a medium pace bowler to open the bowling. And the third man is also down on the boundary. And then a backward point, a point, extra cover mid-off on the offside. On the onside, they got a fine leg, a square leg, and a mid-on. So that's the field. And Santosh Guntilaka didn't play in the first match. He has been overseas in recent times, playing cricket in England as well. And he's a quality player, in fact, Santosh Guntilaka. He's opened the bowling today for BBK partners. And he's at the top of his mark. First ball coming up. Lairudara is on strike. Played 65 matches, a lot of experience. And Nasid Crosspulle is at the non-strikers end. Santosh Guntilaka from the fine, right arm over the wicket. From about the 30-yard mark into bowl to Udara. Outside the line of off stump. Shoulders, arms is Udara. Wicket keeper corrects. That's Niroshan Dikwala. And now they brought in that gully field as well. So they've got a slip and a gully in place. Along with the backward point. Extra cover in the mid-off with the third man on the offside. On the onside, the fine leg, square leg, and a mid-on. So Nasit Crosspulle has played 76 matches. He's a hard-hitting batsman. Good strike rate of 113. Guntilaka on his way. Nicely played in the gap between backward point and extra cover. Field is after it. That's Sarujan Shamunathan. They're coming back for two. The first runs, in fact, for CDB. They're off the mark straight away. 2 for no wicket. And Lairudara is also on 2. He didn't really put a lot of effort into the shot, was Lairudara. Just got a bit of bat onto that, and the ball just went away on the offside on these wickets, the earlier wickets as well, for the backward point to run across and do the fielding. So here's Santosh Guntilaka once again. Short edge down to third man. Little fumble there into the boundary for 4. You can't afford to have little fumbles on the boundary. So 6 for no wicket is CDB in the first over. The ball was airborne for quite some time, but it was very safe because there is no man who's like in a 45-degree position. There we go. That's what really happened. Bounced a couple of times. The fielder was behind it, but couldn't collect it cleanly. It ricocheted to the boundary for 4. Again, played away nicely. Back for the square. Chase on for the fielders. Fine leg gets there first. They come back for 2. So it's a good over. In fact, coming back for 3 because the return to the wicket keeper, the ball was fumbled near the boundary. The batsman seized the opportunity, so they came back for the 3rd run. And that's good running between the wickets. So Lasit Crosspulle now on strike. He's to face his first ball. Not been the best of form in recent days, but we all know that he's a quality player. Can hit any ball very far. Likes to get after the bowling. So slip and gully in place. Again, past that backward point, down to third man. So Crosspulle off the mark with a single. And no ball call. Well, so Santosh Guntilaka overstepping. He's got to re-bowl that delivery. There we go. Let's take a look at that. The line belongs to the umpire, they say. Short. Lifting. White called again. Far too short. So the free hit still remains because the previous delivery to that wide was a no ball. There we go. Look at that. The batsman was the outbone, trying to get back to ball. Long over from Santosh Kuntilaka. Slow one, bowled him, but he won't be out because that's the free hit, in fact. It hits the stumps, but the Udara knows that it's the free hit, so he's not troubled by that. It was a slow ball from Santosh Kuntilaka. It was well bowled, well disguised as well. But they pick up a single as the ball ricochets off the stumps. So that's the penalty when you bowl a no ball. We look at that. There's the slow one. Going to play a big heave across the line. Doesn't make contact. So Cruz pulled and strike. He's on 1. Udar is on 9. So only one slip now. That gully has been moved out to an extra cover position. So a backward point, a point, extra cover in mid-off. That's the offside field. Again short, trying to pull it across the line. Wrapped on the pad, shout. Not out, says the umpire. Ends the over. 1 over completed. And CDB up 13 for no wicket. So there we are a bit too high, even though Santosh Kuntilaka asked the question. The umpire saw that pretty clearly. So big first over for CDB. They were putting the bat today by BBK partnership. In the first game, BBK partnership, they used a spinner in over number 2. But today, Ranjit Kumar will open the bowling from the commentary box end. That's the Park Road end of the grounds. Looking at the field, he's got a slip in place. The third man, the backward point, extra cover in the mid-off on the offside. On the onside, he's got that man at a short fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So Ranjit Kumar Newton, he's into operation to bowl his first over. Had a decent workout in that first game against Haley's a few days ago. Slow ball outside the line of off stump, wide call straight away. So the blue tram lines helping the umpires for those wide calls outside the line of off stump. Tried to bowl a slow ball, in fact, was Ranjit Kumar. Didn't get it right. There we go. That's the wide being called, quite correctly so. Nice played, flicked away on the onside by Lahira Gudara. Deep mid-wicket tidies up, so the batsman crosses 1. Takes Udari into double figures. He's on 10 of 6 balls. Brings Lasit Cruz Pulle to take strike. 15 for no wicket is CDB after 1.1 overs. The Cruz Pulle taking guard from the umpire. He's a tall man. He's very strong indeed. Can hit the ball a long way. He relishes that. Worked way towards mid-wicket. There's no chance of run the ball traveling very quickly there. So So gentle breeze blowing across the grounds will help the players so their comfort levels could be maintained. It's hot and humid, no doubt, in the middle. The sun beaming down on the grounds, even though it's only 10:10 in the morning. It's a very hot morning. Full toss driven beautifully past that backward point. Third man runs across to his right and does the fielding. The batsman cross so single. So Lasit Cruspule moves on to 2. Brings Lairudara takes strike once again. So Ranjit Kumar, the left armour in operation. But we know that BBK partnership is stacked up with spinners. There are so many spinners in their ranks, starting their captain, V.S. Kant. Again, nicely played, beats the man at backward point, down to the boundary it goes, into the boundary now for 4. That's well played, and Lairudara made full use of that, outside the line of off stump. Takes him along to 14. Total moves up to 20 for no wicket. That's too short from the bowler. Field unable to cut it off. And as I said, the outfields are so fast these days. So Lairudara, a step outside the crease as well. Again, work past that mid-wicket, long chase from mid on. Does well to flick it back. Complete 2, coming back for the third run. That's good running between the wickets. Excellent running between the wickets. Udara and Cruspule. Another big over, in fact. 10 runs so far of the over with a wide as well thrown in. So the field settling in now for the right-handed Cruspule. Trying to work it on the onside. Perhaps got a bit better of that onto the pad. And second over completed, so 2 overs done. And CDB are 23 for no wicket. So there's a scorecard of CDB, Lairudara, also the wicket keeper and opening batsman, around 17. Lasit Cruspule is on 2, he's faced 5 balls. So Guntilaka will continue on the far end of the ground, or it's called the Havelock Sports Club end. Bowled 1 over for 12 runs. The first 2 overs being expensive. Udara sees it outside the line of off stump, shoulders, arms. So the slip is in place at the moment. A shuffle of fielding positions. So you've got the third man, the backward point, a point, extra cover in the mid off the offside field. On the onside, the fine leg. Or the man has now moved to short fine leg. And the mid on. Gentle play on the onside to the vacant mid-wicket region. Just rolls his wrist on that is Lairudara and picks up a single. Short, but on the off stump, and Crucible just plays it gently on the offside towards backward point. There's no chance to run. The ball travels very quickly down there, straight to the fielder. So this 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League Cricket Tournament for 2025 in full swing. The second day of the action. 3 games down for decision on a given day. A couple of days ago we saw the tournament getting underway. Today is day number 2. And the match at the Colts grounds is match number 4. Short, a nice flicked away on the onside, the wicket mid-wicket region. They get one, turning for the second, picked up inside the boundary. 2 more useful runs, in fact, for CDB. Takes Lasit Crucible on to 4 as well. No terrors in the track. In fact, with the wicket being slightly damp this morning and play delayed by 15 minutes because that scheduled time was 9:45. It got underway at 10 o'clock in the morning. The umpires decided to delay it by 15 minutes. The roller, the heavy roller, was used before the start of play to try and sap up any of the moisture that lies underneath the surface. Again short, but played gently on the offside. Extra cover tidies up. So this is a good start from CDB. After 2.5 overs, 26 no wicket. Put into bat today by BBK partnership, who won the toss. Again, flicked around the onside, but this time the mid-wicket is there in place. So that ends the over. 3 overs completed, and CDB are 26 for no wicket. So there's the bowling statistics. Santosh Gundelekar 2 overs, none for 15. Ranjit Kumar has bowled at 1 over, given away 11 runs. So 2 white balls being used in these games up to the 34th over. And then the fielding captain can decide which of the 2 balls he wants to pursue with or use for the next 16 overs. Nicely played by Laito Kumar. Stands tall in the crease. He's not a tall man, he's a shortish man, but he was on his toes to play that on the offside, along the ground to mid-off. So Vyas Khan, the captain of BBK Partnerships, fielding in mid-off to have a word with his bowlers. And he's at deep mid-off, in fact. Flicked around the corner, back for a square. Deep mid-wicket runs in for the boundary. The batsman will cross for 1. So Rashid Crucible on strike once again. He's on 4. He's faced 9 deliveries. Lairudar 19 of 12 balls. Lovely shot. Beats the extra cover mid-off. Down to the boundary it goes. That's 4. Lasit Crucible timed it beautifully on the offside. Gave no chance to the extra cover fielder, the mid-off, to cut that off. Look at that. Excellent placement as well from Crucible. Picks the boundary. Again short, rolls the wrist on that, plays it towards that vacant mid-wicket region for a single. So run making so easy for CDB. They moved on to 32 for no wicket after 3.4 overs. Current run rate 8.73. It's a healthy run rate for the start of the innings. Short and nicely pulled away. Beats that man, a short fine leg down towards the boundary. It goes a 4. There was no stopping that. The moment it beats the fielder, it's certainly going to carry to the boundary. And Lairudara made full use of that. Takes him to 20. He's on 23. Played so nicely. Played it late. Along the ground. That's the secret on these grounds. To play it along the ground, because you get full use of the very fast outfields. Got an edge straight. They got the wicket. They got the breakthrough. Lairudara falling for that slow ball from Ranjit Kumar. It was well bowled, well disguised in fact. Brings Lairudara forward. Lairudara, in fact, gets the edge. Wicket keeper Niroshan Dikpala does the rest. So there we are. BBK partnership pick up their first wicket, and CDB lose that wicket. Look at that. There we go. Edge taken, well taken. And the batsman did not wait for the umpire's decision. Started to walk. Lairudara, 23 of 14 balls. Ranjit Kumar Newton picks up a wicket as well. That's an important wicket, in fact, for BBK partnership, because Lairudara seemed to be a batsman in form. He seemed to be going for runs. So 4 overs completed, and CDB are 36 for the loss of 1 wicket. So walking out is another Sri Lankan cap. In fact, Oshida Fernando coming out to join Lasith Cruz Pulle in the middle. With CDB put into bat today by BBK partnerships. So Santosh Guntalaka will bowl his third over. His figures now none for 15 for the 2 overs he's bowled. So changes the field as well. We're looking at the field. They got the man, a third man, the backward point, a point. Extra cover in the mid-off. That's the offside field. On the onside, a short fine leg. A deep mid-wicket on the boundary. A mid-wicket and a mid-on. Oshida Fernando, 67 matches. 1950s, 200s. He's got a really good pedigree. Nicely played on the onside. Quick single being taken. A direct hit might have been course, and there's overthrows coming in. The fielder unable to cut it off, so they'll get 5 runs straight away. Is Oshida Fernando off the mark straight away. Played gently on the onside. The man at mid-on fielded cleanly, was trying to have a go at the bowler's end, perhaps thinking that Oshida Fernando out of the crease. Didn't strike. And the ball just rained down towards that third man region and went for 4 overthrows as well. Now a quick single being taken, played towards backward point. And Lasith Cruz Bulle responding very well to the call from Oshida Fernando for the single. Played uppishly by Cruz Pulle, but very safe indeed. He dropped well short of the mid-off fielder. There was no chance of run. Cruz Pulle is on 14 of 13 deliveries. Oshida Fernandez on 1. Short and played again towards mid wicket. This time not attempting that single. The ball travelling slowly across the turf. So a couple of dot balls, in fact. Got 6 runs of this over so far. Santosh Guntilaka 2.4 overs, none for 21. His figures. This time, Cruz Pulle shoulders arms. Played past the bowler. Diving stop for mid-off, runs across, but can't prevent the single being taken. And there we are, ends the over as well. 5 overs completed, and CDB are 43 for 1.
Was done. Good start by CDB. Here's a quick look at the batting card. Lahir Udara. He got off to a blistering start, 23 of 14, but unfortunately he couldn't capitalize on that before he was caught behind by Niroshan Dikpal of the bowling by Ranjit Kumar Newton. At the moment, Lasit Cruz Pulle, he has been out there for some time. Probably would be ideal if Oshida Fernando could spend some time and get into the... Well, as we speak, Oshida Fernando tries for a big heave down the track but fails to make contact. There have been few misfields as well by the BBK partnership fielders, but apart from that, we can't take away anything from the batting of the CDB opening players. Well, talking about Oshida Fernando, he's one of those players. He would take some time at the start of his innings and then he will go on to make that big total. So it's very important for BBK partnerships to try and get this wicket. He would be the big fish. If they could grab him probably within the first 15 deliveries that he would face, that would be a great win for them. There you go. Up and over, long on. Couple of bounces. Into the fence she goes. First boundary for Oshida Fernando. Showing clear intentions. He did try this very same shot of the very first delivery of the over, but failed to make contact. But this time, he makes sure that he makes a proper contact down the ground. Very well come boundary. In fact, that's Lasit Cruz Pulle. He has shown clear intentions from the moment he walked out there to the middle.
Tries to fish outside the off stump. Hardly any foot movement. Ranjit Kumar pulling back the length a little bit. Pays off as well. Good delivery. There you go, indicating that it was a slower delivery. Good comeback from Ranjit Kumar. He has been the successful bowler. Grabbed the opening wicket. Couple of steps down the ground. Now, from the very first over of these innings, there is a key point if you did figure out, especially among these three batters who have been out there, they have taken these singles quick and fast. They haven't given away any chance to the fielders to restrict them taking that quick single. As a result, there have been few misfields as well, and we did so a couple of overthrows, which has helped the cause of this total of 48 at the end of 5.5 overs. Good over for CDB, 6 runs coming off that. 6 overs done, 49 for the loss of 1 wicket. Talking about Lasith Cruzpulli, 26 years of age, a product of the Maristella College, Nigambu. A very, very experienced campaigner. More than 4,000 first-class runs with an average of 39. We are into the 7th over. It has been a fabulous start so far by the CDB. BBK partnerships, they need to try and pull things back. Especially try and apply the pressure to the new batter, Oshida Fernando. Try and get another wicket, especially during this power play. That's the length you need to be bowling. Good one once again by Santosh. He has been touch expensive today, Santosh Gunathilaka, into his 4th over, considering 22 runs. Very smart campaigner. 25 years of age, product of the St. Peter's College, Colombo. Over 50 first-class wickets with the best bowling figures of 5 for 60. So he has a lot of experience. He needs to bring all of his experience into this game. Try and assist the team, especially during the power play. And at the end that Lasith Cruzpulli is currently batting, there is a bit of grass covering. So there will be a little bit of assistance for the fast bowlers during probably the first 1 to 1.5 hours of play, especially as we are using 2 new balls from both ends. Maybe there might be assistance even up until the 20th over, because a single ball will be just 10 overs old by the time the team does complete the 20th over. Well, when Lasith Krusbul is out there, he'll look very busy. He'll try and walk around the stumps, come down the track, try out those cheeky little shots. But overall, he's an aggressive batter. He will always look for runs. He will look for those boundaries. He will make sure the scoreboard is ticking. Once again, couple of steps down the ground. Good over by Santosh Gunatilaka. Good comeback. Just the one run of that over. 7 overs done. 50 for 1. Lahir Udara, the unfortunate player, he got off to a blistering start with a strike rate of 164. Would have been amazing if he would have carried on the merry way that he was batting. Right, then we have a change in bowling. Tishan Vidushan has been brought into the attack. Very impressive economy. Touch above 4 runs per over. 14 matches. Would be ideal if you could up that wicket column. That is what is important as a spin bowler, especially during the middle phase of the innings. "24 years of age, product of the Jaffna Central College, representing the Tamil Union Cricket Club as well. "68 first-class wickets, with a best bowling figure of 6 for 51. Gets the outside edge. Oshida Fernando trying for a cheeky shot. Lucky escape. It's crucial to try and get this man out as early as possible. Try to push the pressure back at the bowlers and the fielding team. Good one. Very good one. Gave it a little bit of air, inviting Lasith Krusbul to drive outside the off stump. The slip fielder would be licking his lips, waiting for that outside edge. Well, when I was out there doing the pitch report, I did mention about few cracks that might open up later during the day. Surface has been rolled on well. And there you go. That is exactly what I was talking about. There are a few rough patches around that area too. And if the ball hits one of those rough areas, you could expect that uneven bounce. That took off. You need to be very watchful. Once again, gets that outside edge. Good over. Just the 1 run coming off that. 8 overs done. CDB 51 for 1. Well, the only successful bowler, Ranjit Kumar Newton. He was such expensive though. 26 runs given off his 4 overs. It's a smart move by the skipper, realizing the condition of the surface. There is a bit of green covering at the batter's end. Short ball, beautifully guided by Oshida Fernando. Easy as you like. No protection down at deep fine leg. Now the beauty of that shot is there is a fielder placed at deep square leg just for that delivery. But what Oshida Fernando realized is the deep fine leg area was vacant. He didn't try to go hard at it. He just made sure that he placed it over that short fine leg fielder. Good presence of mind by Oshida Fernando. Good. This is really good by these pair. Single after a boundary. That's how the coaches would definitely like it. Especially when you get a boundary of the very first ball of the over, the bowler is completely under pressure. So it's easy to handle through the rest of the overs for the batters. You have got 4 runs of the first deliveries, a runner ball the next 5 deliveries. You would easily have 9 runs of an over. Flicks it handsomely once again towards that vacant deep fine leg region. 4 more runs this time. Lasith Cruzpulle taking the charge onto Santosh Gunathilaka. He is under pressure, I'm telling you that. The previous one was a very good over, just the 1 run from Santosh, but look at that for a shot. Not the ideal delivery when you have your short fine leg fielder inside the boundary. That's asking for trouble. Poor delivery. This time short. 1 bounce. Over dip mid wicket into the boundary for 4 runs. It has been a run fest so far here at the Coles Cricket Grounds in Colombo. Lasith Cruzpulle has been out there for some time, and now he has decided that he's going to take the charge against the bowlers. Poor delivery once again. Dragged it outside the off stump. Skipper immediately reacting to that, pushing his deep mid-wicket fielder back into the boundary. Not sure if that is the ideal way of handling. You need to inform your bowler to bowl in line with the stumps, bowl it up front. You need to maximize, especially during these first few overs when the ball is new. Slower delivery. It wouldn't batter it as long as he's getting a single. So far, 14 runs coming off this over. Very expensive. It has been a fabulous start by CDB. This was expected, looking at their batting lineup, looking at the batting depth, especially the experience they carry, the number of international players in their side. This was on cards. Nine overs gone. CDB 65 for 1. Lasith Cruzpulle and Oshida Fernando. They have been cruising along well since the fall of that first wicket. They have made sure that the run rate is well in a very good state. Comparing to when Lahirudara was dismissed, he got off to a fantastic start. But these two batters have made sure that they continue in their merry way. Now, talking about their previous outing against HNB a few days back, their first match when they chased down 231 runs quite comfortably within 43.4 overs. Nipun Dhananjaya, he was a star the other day, the Centurion, yet to come out to bat. Reverse sweeps, trying to pierce that gap. 3 fielders up inside the circle. Point, a cover, and a catching extra cover. No one behind square in the offside, so anything that go past them would be a boundary. Lasith Kruspulle has been brought into this game in place of Siobhan Daniel, who did open the batting the other day. He couldn't go on to make a big score, just the 6 runs. But Lasith Kruspulle has shown his skills and talents here today, justifying the fact that he has bought into the team. Well, against spinners, this is what you need to be doing. Try and milk those singles around. You will get that odd delivery where you'll get a chance to put it away to the boundary. You need to wait for that. Until that, try and milk away the singles. Down the track, overshot extra cover. There is protection at deep mid-off. Good shot from Lasith Kruspulle. Slower. Nicely guided. Should be at least a couple of runs. This has been intelligent batting by CDB so far. They have hardly taken any risks. Right, then is the last ball of the power play. There you go. Hitting one of those rough patches. Takes off. 10 overs done. 70 for 1.
So CDB put into bat here at the Colts grounds in Colombo after 10 overs, 70 for 1. Excellent run rate. The first power play completed as well. The only wicket to fall was Lairu Dara, who made 23 of 14. So Lasith Kruspulle is on 31, Nosy Fernando on 12. We've seen the captain of BBK partners, Viaskant, coming on, the spinner, the right arm spinner, bowling from the far end of the grounds. Had a good outing in his first game at the Moors grounds a couple of days ago. A lot will depend on the captain himself, the way he bowls. Look at his statistics, 55 matches. The best of figures, 5 for 49, taken 3 wickets 11 times, 5 wickets once. Economy rate is 5.05, not a bad economy rate. So he'll be bowling to Lasith Kruspulle. So Kruspulle, he's the man who likes to go after the bowling. He's got a slip in place at the moment, is Viaskant. The backward point of the backward played away on the offside. The rest of the field, they got a sweeper cover, extra cover, and a long off on the offside. On the onside, a short fine leg, a deep mid wicket at the boundary, mid wicket and a deep mid on. Tickle around the corner on the onside towards short mid wicket, no chance of a run. You got to be careful when you play Viaskant. He's a wily customer. The leg spin bowler can bowl the wrong one as well. Well forward is Lasith Kruspulle. BBK partnerships play with many spinners. In fact, about 4 spinners in the side. They got so much options in the spin department. Today they had the good fortune having Sportylk in the side, who's returned from the UK after playing cricket there. Played gently on the onside again, so now the dot ball. 4 dot balls on this Viyaskant over. A lot of respect from Lasit Cruspul as well for Viyaskant. They know that he's a capable bowler. Pulled way up straight towards short mid-wicket. That's the end of Cruspul Day. Well, Viyaskant comes on. He has this knack of picking up wickets. And he's got the breakthrough again. And Lasit Cruspul, the man out. A very feeble shot. In fact, a very soft dismissal. And there we go again. That's how the wicket fell. Look at the leg break being bowled. Straightened up. Played straight towards that short mid-wicket, who made no mistake about that. And CDB lose their second wicket. 70 for 2 in the 11th over. And Cruspul goes for 31 of 39 deliveries. Santosh Guntilaka at the fielder at the short mid-wicket position. So Viyaskant picks up his first wicket. We saw that in the last game as well. Whenever Viyaskant comes on his first over, he picks up a wicket. And then when he comes to bowl his second spell as well, you'll see wickets falling. And this is what he's so good at. The captain of BBK partnerships to pick up wickets. So we had 4 dot balls on the wicket. And that's excellent bowling from Viyaskant as well. They'll need to pick up wickets of CDB. We've got a very strong batting side. Nipun Dhananjay comes out to bat. Well, we all know that Nipun Dhananjay too is a capable batsman. Captain of the Sri Lanka under-19 team as well some time back. Now playing club cricket and now into the mercantile cricket scene as well. So this is match 4, the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League tournament for 2025. On a day, 3 matches being played at the MCA grounds. Melbourne are taking on Haley's Aid, 2 unbeaten teams battling it out there. And at the Thurston College grounds, HNBA, who lost a few days ago to CDB, playing Fairfirst Insurance. So 6 teams in this competition of the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League tournament. So Nipun Dhananjay, the new man, the left-hander, he'll be on strike. 21 matches, top score of 106, so he's got 200s under his belt, 850s. Good average and good strike rate as well. So slip in place, and here's Viyaskant. Oh, just past the slip fielder. Was there a catch? We'll wait and see. Nipun Dhananjay picks up a single in the meantime. Got the edge as well, that's for sure. Could that be a catch that went to ground? Here we go. Edge. Yep, that's right. That was certainly a chance. Should have been picked up. Look at that. Nipun Dhananjay had been out first ball he faced. Excellent bowling from Viyaskant. So single being taken. Ends the over. 11 completed. And CDB 71 for 2. So there's the bowling figures so far. Santosh Guntilaka was expensive. 5 overs, none for 37. Newton, 3 overs, 1 for 26. Greg bowled, has not bowled at all so far. Tishan Vitushan, 2 overs, none for 6. And Viyaskant at 1 over. And 1 for 1 his figures. So Dhananjay has the strike once again. Oshida Fernando non-strike is then on 12 or 13 balls. And here's Vitushan. Sweeps that one in the air. The fielder can't get to that, to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's well picked up indeed from Nipun Dhananjay. So he's out to make the most of the drop catch. First ball he faced from Viyaskant. How expensive will that be, that missed chance? Again going for the sweep shot, didn't get hold of it. Satish and Vitushan bowled well in that last match as well. That's the first match for BBK partnership. A couple of days ago against Haley's. They lost that game, was BBK partnership. A sweep again, one bounce the fielder, deep backward square leg on the boundary. Pretty lucky it did not carry all the way to the fielder. So Nipun Dhananjay picks up one more run, takes him to 6. Brings Osha Fernando on strike. 76 for 2 after 11.3. And this is the third over from Tishan Vitushan, the left arm spinner. Adjustments the field as well for the right-handed Osha Fernando. So he got a slip in place. Backward point sweeper. Turned and bounced. That's well bowled. These are the colours to come in the afternoon session as well. That was a delivery that turned quite a bit and also bounced on the batsman. Brings Osha Fernando well forward. Reverse sweep in the air, but safe over the man at a backward point into the boundary for 4. Well executed by Osha Fernando this time. So it completes the over. 12 overs completed. And CDB 80 for 2. Osha Fernando on 16. There we go. With the reverse sweep. Made good contact that time over the head of that backward point fielder. We had no chance in cutting that off because anything that passed the fielder on these outfields these days is so fast it'll run to the boundary quickly. So Nipun Dhananjay is on 6 at the moment. So Vitushan 3 overs, not for 15. And it's going to be V.S. Khan to continue from the far end of the grounds. He's second over. So he's got that short third man, a deep backward point on the boundary, a sweeper cover. Field still settling in. Extra cover and a deep mid-off or long off position. On the onside, that's the onside field in fact. For the left-hand Nipun Dhananjay, he got a slip in place. Third man. Extra cover in the mid-off on the offside. Driven now to long on. Nipun Dhananjay picks up 1 for that. Now the field changes though for the right-handed Osha Fernando. Short third man, the sweeper cover. Extra cover and a long off on the offside with the slip. On the onside, a short fine leg. A deep mid-wicket to the boundary. Mid-wicket and a deep mid-on. Flicked on the onside, straight to mid-wicket. So Niroshan Dikmal as well joining in to set the field with V.S. Kant. They know that field placing is so important. Pick a one. Extra cover, can't field it cleanly. So long off has to run across to do the fielding to his left. The batsman come back for 2. So 2 more to the total. 83 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Osha Fernando on to 18. That's nicely played along the ground. This time played gently on the onside towards the deep mid-on or the long on position for a single. Short and pulled away on the onside. Oh, that's a misfield, a bad misfield for the man fielding at deeper mid-wicket. Or deep backward square leg into the boundary for 4. Viaskant not really pleased with the performance. So the over completed as well. 13 overs completed. And CDB 88 for 2. So change the bowling. Krishnan Sriram coming on from the commentary box end. Krishnan Sriram has played 5 matches. Best figures 4 for 51. 3 wickets on 2 occasions. Economy rate not too bad, 3.88. The average must improve, it's 19.40. Oshie the Fernando 19 on strike. He's faced 19 balls. So the full array of the spinners of BBK on show at the moment. Reverse sweep in there, out caught. Well, that's a poor shot for Oshie the Fernando. Played straight into that sweeper cover. His hands, he didn't have to move an inch, in fact, and there we are. So Krishna Sriram picks up a wicket in his very first over. And CDB lose their third. Oshie the Fernando was batting superbly, out for 19 of 20 balls. There we go. That's his dismissal. Look at that, the sweep, the reverse sweep being played in the arm, straight to the fielder. Made no mistake about that. And that's another big wicket that BBK partnerships has picked up. So Tishan Vitushan, the fielder. Krishna Sriram in his first over picked up the wicket. And Oshie the Fernando go for 19 of 21 balls. 88 for 3 after 13.2 overs is CDB. They put into bat today when BBK partnership won the toss. And this is the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League tournament for 2025. Match number 4 at the Coles grounds in Colombo. So BBK will be out to make now an impression, pick up wickets at regular intervals. That's what they want to do. Nipun Dhananjaya really had a life. First ball he faced, got the edge. The man has slipped, couldn't hold on. Went through his hands and they picked up a single. So Dhananjaya's had a life. Pawan Ratnakar, the man who's come in now to join Nipun Dhananjaya. So the star-studded CDB side, out to prove a point. They got over 230 runs in their first game they played against HNBA a couple of days ago. So Pawan Ratnakar has played 92 games, 1850s and 1500s. He's really got a good pedigree. Look at that average, 51.26, excellent average. And this is where the BBK partnership spinners will have to put the brakes on these batsmen, pick up wickets at regular intervals. That's what the game is all about. So Krishna Sriram, 1 wicket for no runs of the 2 deliveries he's bowled. Pawan Ratnakar, very defensive. So slip still in place with that backward point. The sweeper cover and the long off on the offside. On the onside's got that long on. Deep backward square leg on the boundary, a mid wicket and a short fine leg. Gently pushed out by Pawan Ratnakar for a single. He's off the mark with 1. So brings Nipun Dhananjaya on strike. He's on 11 of 7 balls. So the left hand on strike. So you've got a left hand, right hand combination in the middle. So there we are, Nirush and Iqbal as well, helping with the field placing, setting the field. But stopped by the bowler. Always important for the wicket keeper also to contribute from behind the stumps. He knows what he can see, what's happening. That's tossed up, nicely tossed up, but well fielded. And this time pushed on the offside to long off for a single. So Nipun Dhananjay will keep the strike. Ends the over 14 completed, and CDB 90 for 3. So BBK partnerships have realized they can't let the batsman off the hook. They need to really pick up wickets, contain the runs as well. Oh, beaten outside the line of off stump. Iqbal has the bails off, but the batsman's foot hadn't moved. That's well bowled by Biaskant. In the block hole, but nicely dug out by Pawan Ratnakar towards that long on region for a single. Nipun Dhananjay once again on strike on 13. Beaten outside the line of off stump. Well bowled by Viaskant once again. Viaskant will really trouble batsmen, particularly left-handers, who find it difficult to read him. That's the replay. The wrong one. Just stuck around the corner by Nipun Dhananjay for a single. That will complete the over as well. So 15 overs completed. Nipun Dhananjay is on 14, Pawan Ratnak on 2, and CDB 93 for 3.
Some good partnerships at the top of the innings. 36 and 34 for the first and the second wicket. But for the third one, unfortunately, Oshada Fernando playing against the run of play. Not sure if that was the ideal shot. It was a good partnership that was being building up before he threw away his wicket. Deft touch. At least a couple of runs. Krishna Sri Ram, he has been good today. He was not successful the other day against Haley's. Just the one wicket he got. The wicket to fall was of the last delivery. Cut away, shot outside the off stump. 2 more runs added to the total. Now what the spinners they need to understand is they need to keep things nice and simple. Bowl in line with the stumps. Bowl it slow. There is a lot of purchase, especially at this end that the bowler has been bowling. There are a few open cracks and patches which will definitely assist the spinners. Two more runs. This is very good batting. 3 couples to start off the over. Nipun Dhananjay, he is a busy customer. the previous game, the centurion, the man of the match. 106, unbeaten of 109 deliveries. He anchored the innings, guided his team towards victory against HNB. Now, on the other hand, BBK partnerships, they have got a couple of wickets, prize wickets of Oshada Fernando and Lassit Cruz Pulle, but they need to capitalize on that. They need to push back the pressure. That is the length you need to be bowling. In line with the stumps, don't give anything outside the arch stump. They need to try and tighten the screws. 100 up for CDB. They're into the 16th over, 3 wickets down. There's been a good start by CDB thanks to some poor outfielding by the BBK partnership fielders. Nipun Ratnayaka, he was dropped the very first delivery. 16 done, 100 for 3, and the umpires and the players will take a short drinks break. Top of the order, 3 batters getting to a start, but unfortunately not capitalizing. Lahirudara, he got a pinch of a delivery, but Lassit Cruz Pulle and Oshada Fernando, I would say they threw away their wicket. They have been disciplined in the bowling, but not on the outfield. Many chances gone begging, especially Nipun Dhananjaya. He was dropped the very first delivery. That is a big mistake done by the fielders, because he's the centurion, the man in form. That's a big mistake done by the fielders. I hope that they try and get this man out as soon as possible. Well, the bowlers, decent figures by the 2 spinners when they came back into the action. Vyaskanth, Vijaykanth and Krishna Sri Ram both picking up a wicket each. Ranjit Kumar Newton did open the wickets column by getting the wicket of Lahirudara, but the fact is that they have been taken by the batters. Too expensive, especially the 3 fast bowlers, giving away 7.4 and 8.6 economy. That's not good for a fast bowler starting off things. Here's a quick look at the highlights of the session. That was a beauty by Newton. Second wicket. This was from Oshada Fernando. He was looking good before he tried playing that reverse sweep. So far the 3 wickets. At the moment, Pawan Ratnayak and Nipun Dhananjaya trying to build up a partnership, 12 of 16. They need a partnership here. One of these 2 batters, they need to go and make that big total at the end of the innings. They need to anchor if they are at least looking at a total of 275 runs. Things are going to be better for the spinners as the day progresses on. Some kites hovering around the grounds, indicating that there is a bit of breeze as well. There is a bit of clouds around, but I can assure you that there is no threat at the moment. The weather forecast is good. We are predicting a full day's cricket here at the Moores Cricket Ground in Colombo. Right, if you're just joining us, this is day number 2 of the 32nd SINGER-MCA Super Premier League. The CDB is taking on BBK partnerships. BBK winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. They managed to grab the 3 wickets, but a healthy run rate by CDB. That is what is important. Couple of other games happening around Colombo as well, different venues. Quicker one. Now, Wiskant, if you take a look at his bowling, he used to bowl it quicker and flatter. You can put him in a line with one of the international premier bowlers, Rashid Khan, who bowls it fast and flatter. Wiskant, using his height, he tries to bowl fast and flatter. Gets the outside edge. Just the 1 run. He did manage to grab a couple of wickets the other day as well against Haley's. It was very good. That's that odd slower delivery he used to bowl. Sliding down the leg side. Well, the fact is that the batters of CDB, no matter how many wickets have gone down, no matter the pressure is being put back onto your shoulders, they have made sure to get the singles and the twos. They have not relied on the boundaries, making sure that the scoreboard is ticking, pushing back the pressure towards the bowling team. Oh, that was a dolly. That was a dolly. Nipun Dhananjaya. He gets a second chance. Now you cannot do this. That is unbelievable. And look at Wiskant, how disappointed he is. Second catch dropped off his bowling. That was a regulation catch. Straight into the arms, and out the arms it pops out. Well, at this level of cricket, you need to be taking those catches every single day of the week. 17 done. Our ran 5 for 3. Nipun Dhananjaya, he has got couple of lives now. 1 at 0, 1 at 23. Well, how much this is going to cost for BBK partnerships? That's the crucial question. Right? We have the star of the previous day, Edward Nathan. Managed to grab 5 wickets against Haley's. The team will need his help today as well. Possible to grab a wicket or 2 here. There is a partnership that has been built up between these 2 batters. Well, it's really disappointing from the point of view of BBK partnerships. They have been given multiple chances which they have not taken into their advantage. The outfielding, surely it's a worry for them. Short, cut away, should be 4 runs. Poor bit of bowling, asking for trouble. No protection front of square. Pavan Ratnayaka. Look at the skipper, V.S. Kant. He's not happy. He's asking the bowler, man, there is no protection in front of square. You can't be bowling that length. Easy pickings. Shot again with Pavan Ratnayaka. He's in good form as well. He's a fantastic player. Especially we could recall that brilliant innings he did play during the finals of the major club 50-over tournament. Edward Nathan, 5 for 14, his best figures, 2 5-wicket hauls. One did come the other day against Haleys. Not the ideal start for him though. 7 runs coming off his first 4 deliveries. He has been short. He needs to try and bowl it up front under the batter's eye line. Beautiful. Fantastic shot from Pavan Ratnayaka. He's growing in confidence. 4 more runs added to the total. Second boundary in the over. He has been out there for 12 deliveries and now he's starting to look much more easy on the eyes. Look at that. Mid off an extra cover inside the circle. Good presence of mind. Safe shot. That took off. Yes, it is. Edward Nathan, he will have his last laugh. 11 runs given off, but that's not the problem. He grabs that important wicket. Now, that is what I was talking about. You need to try and bowl it up front. Don't give the batter any kind of width outside the off stump. Look at that uneven bounce. You will definitely see a lot more of this. There are a few patches around that area. The spinners, they need to try and take maximum advantage. Pavan Ratnayaka, he looked good for his 13. Departs unfortunately. CDB 116 for 4. Shunal Dinushal, the new man walking in. Another brilliant find of Sri Lanka cricket. 24 years of age, a product of the Mahanama College in Colombo. Representing many clubs and teams here in Sri Lanka. 2,500 plus runs in first class. Very experienced campaigner. They badly need his help over here. Well, there's a change in bowling. I'm surprised to see a fast bowler being brought into the action. Especially with the spinners doing the damage. There you go. Look at the average. That tells you a story. 64.16 at a strike rate of 75. Ideal for a situation like this. On the other hand, Nipun Dhananjaya, he needs to try and capitalize. Good bit of fielding. You need to be supporting your bowlers. That is what is important. Well, fancy name, isn't it? Look at the fast bowler, Tony Greig. Well, one of the legendary cricket commentators who loved Sri Lanka in the past. I'm sure he might have been proud if he was alive today to see a campaigner using his name. Quick single. Nipun Dhananjaya, he has got a couple of lives. He needs to make full use of this. Telling you that. Sonal Dinesh about to face his first delivery of this innings. These two were the exact batters who guided the team the other day against HNB for a brilliant victory. Got unbeaten, 37 runs. Nipun Dhananjaya unbeaten on 106 when they chased down that total within 43.4 overs. They have a responsibility here. They need a partnership. They have plenty of overs left. Projected score 316. That would be very fancy for CDB if they could get there. The problem would be the wickets column. 31 overs left after this one. They're already 4 wickets down. A wicket here would really open things up for the BBK partnerships, because we'll get to that all-rounders and then to the bowlers. Flashes outside the off stump. They need to try and attack the stumps. Bowl that good length. No protection behind square. It's a bit of bat. Would have been a boundary over point. Good over so far, just the 2 runs. BBK partnerships, they would be searching for a win here. They're coming back after a big loss against Haley's the other day. Decent over from Tony Grigg. 3 runs coming off that. 119 for 4. Well, looking at the batting card, as we did speak previously, all the batters getting a start. Nipun Dhananjaya is out there in the middle. He has got a start as well. Pawan Ratnayak, the previous batter to be dismissed, he got a start. Every batter getting into that double figures and throwing away the wicket. That has been the concern so far for CDB. Apart from that, the run rate and the other facts have been good. Sonal Dinesh, he needs to try and get things in line. He's just walked in. Tries to go for a big one. Edward Nathan, the successful campaigner, grabbed a wicket of his very first over. Good again. That's the exact length he needs to be bowling. Well, dead ball called by the umpire. Distraction to the batter behind the screen. One more run added to total. So far it has been a decent over once again. Just the 3 runs coming off this. Loud call. A quick single. That was interesting. Edward Nathan causing the problems for the batters. 20 overs done. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Here's a quick look at that again. Well, the inside edge did save Nipun Dhananjaya. If not, that was crashing into the middle stumps.
So there's the bowling figures for BBK partnerships. And 20 overs completed. CDB put into bat today by BBK partnerships. 123 for 4. Tony Gregg. Short and pulled away on the onside down to deep backward square leg. Well picked up. The ball is traveling very quickly on the outfield. Very fast outfield, in fact. So single being taken. So Sonal Dinusha, he's the new batsman who came in. And the fall of Pawan Ratnayaka's wicket. So interest in this match as well. The little ones at the grounds, perhaps enjoying themselves. Very short. But Nipun Dhananjaya couldn't quite get hold of it. Hit it down the track. The bowler fielded on his follow through. 6.10 the current run rate. It's a very good run rate, in fact, by CDB. If they go past the 200 mark, I think it's going to be tough for BBK partnerships to get there. They showed that their batting is pretty brittle up the order in that last game. Pushed out towards the sweeper car for a single. So Sonal Dinusha also, a man who's been in form. He's batted superbly in recent times. Nudging the selectors to be back to the Sri Lankan squad as well. That's what Sonal Dinusha is doing at the moment with all his performances. Again short. Nipun Dhananjaya plays it towards third man for 1. So Tony Gregg into his first match. Didn't play in that last game against Haleys when BBK went down pretty tamely in that game. Haleys won by 86 runs in that game. They made 209 for 8 in their 50 overs. BBK 123 all out in 32.5. Too short Nicely pulled away down to deep mid wicket. There's no field to get to that. Well played by Nipun Dhananjay. Kept it along the ground into the boundary for 4. So 130 for 4. Dhananjay moves on to 35 of 33. This time pushes out to the offside towards extra cover. That will complete the over from Greg. He completes 2 overs, not for 10. And 21 overs completed with a CDB 130 for 4. So there's the bowling figures. Santosh Guntelaka playing today's game. Didn't play in the first match. None for 37 from 5. Newton 1 for 26 from 3. Greg none for 10 from these 2. Vitushan none for 15 from 3. Viaskant 1 for 17 from 4. Should have had another wicket or 2. He bowls superbly, in fact. Unfortunately, not to have had the wicket. Nipun Dhananjay has dropped twice in the slips of Viaskant. Oh, lovely shot. Well played indeed. That's huge, in fact. Clears the boundary. So 6 to Sonal Dinusha. That's an excellent shot. Did everything right. Look at that. Picked it up from outside the line of off stump. Got the elevation going. Got the distance going as well. In the air, just couldn't get to it. Little chip shot from Sonal Dinusha. Not the easiest of catchers, of course, but well, you've got to take those impossible chances. There we go. Look at that. The attempt was there. Couldn't quite get there to hold it. The sweep shot along the ground. Effective shot to pick up a single for Nipun Dhananjay. Sonal Dinusha on strike. 12 of 8. Plays to backward point. No chance of a run this time. So hot and humid morning here at the Colts grounds in Colombo. Flighted. Nicely worked away by Sonal Dinusha. Gently on the onside. The bowlers to run across towards mid wicket, do the fielding. The batsman crossed for a single. That will end the over as well. So Nipun Dhananjay on 36. Sonal Dinusha on 13. After 20 overs, CDB 139 for 4. So there's the scorecard. Udara, the first to go for 23. Batted well, in fact. Lasit Cross Pulle, 31 of 39. Oshida Fernando, 19. And Pawan Ratnakar made 13 of 13. So Nipun Dhananjay is 36 of 36. And Sonal Dinusha, 13 of 10. Madhushan, Mudin Lakshan, Tarin Ratnakar, Lahirum, Madhushankar, the captain, and Isit Vijay Sonal, the mat. 4 extras in the total. 139 for 4 half 22. Heading for a big total is CDB. So in the last game, BBK partnership, they used most of the spinners to complete those 50 overs. They bowled well within 3.5 hours and did well to restrict the strong Haley's batting side at 209 for 8 in their 50 overs. Very short. So the umpire, well, he talks to the bowler as well, one for the over. Tony Gregg, the medium pacer, into his third over, none for 10 in his figures. And we're talking about that last game that BBK partnerships played against the Hellies. BBK partnership were all out for 123 in 32.5 overs. Showed how brittle their batting is. Nice to play it, but well stopped at backward point. The ball was travelling very quickly indeed. Either it sticks or you miss it. That's what they say in those typical type of situations. Shamru Nathan, the fielder, is also a wicket keeper, but doing the fielding role today. Sarujan Sharmunathan had excellent school career, played for Sri Lanka under 19 as the wicket keeper, opening batsman as well. Played to a sweep at this time for a single. We're talking about Sarujan Sharmunathan. Had a little chat with him. He's still going to school, in fact. He's 19 years of age. He'll be doing his advanced level examination sometime this year. Wants to pursue his cricketing career. And also do marketing. In fact, he's saying he's interested in doing a course in marketing. Nicely tucked away. Back of the square this time. Mid-wicket runs across to do the fielding. A single being taken. Projected score 309. Well, if CDB do get there, it's going to be a mammoth task for BBK partnerships with their brittle batting lineup. Well, that's going to be a bit too much to get. They have strengthened their side today with the addition of Santosh Guntilaka, who's an all-rounder. Open the bowling and can bat well as well. Too short. Sonal Dinusha just stands up, pushes out of the offside. Umpire calls over 23 completed and CDB 141 for 4. So there's the scorecard again. Only 4 extras over today in the total. The last time, well, quite a few extras did BBK partnerships concede the wides and the no balls. Today a much better performance. So all the top order batsmen getting starts, none of them going on to make a big score. Nicely driven by Nipun Daranje on the onside for a single to long on. We've had 1 hour 47 minutes of play so far. We're in the 24th over, almost reaching the halfway stage of the innings. Reaches over there, cuts it well, but can't beat the field at backward point is Sonal Dinusha. Another dot ball for Medbud Nathan. Sonal Dinusha playing defensive cricket. He likes to go after the bowling, likes to hit those big shots, not taking any chances today. Well played. Taking the first run quickly, looking for two, is it? No, they settled for a single, but that's the idea. Take that first run fast and look for two. Run rate at the moment is 6. Single to win the over as well. So 24 overs completed. And CDB are 143 for 4. Being put into bat today by BBK partnerships. Nipun Dhananjay on 38 and Sonal Zinusha. He's there on 15, and there's the scorecard as well. Pramod Badushan, Mudita Lakshan, Tarindra Ratnakar, Laidu Madhuchankar, the captain, and Isita Vijayasundara, the batsman to come. It's a very strong batting side, in fact, as CDB. Vyas Kant back in action again. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 17. Unfortunate, should have the wicket of Nipun Dhananjay. He was dropped twice in the slips of Vyas Kant's bowling. Saving up his overs as well to perhaps make sure that he'll be still there in the death overs, but I don't think so. It depends as to how many overs he's going to bowl in his second spell. He's bowled 4 already. Single to start the over for Sonal Zinusha. So Nipun Dhananjay, he's on strike, and that's where Vyas Kant should have had him twice with that slip fielder. He was dropped twice. Short and pulled away. Backward square leg to deep backward square leg on the boundary. So there'll be a single to be taken. Going for the sweep again, missed outside the line of off stump. That's well bowled by Vyas Kant. Let's take a look at the 2 catches that were dropped off Vyas Kant's bowling. It will be a matter of interest. Here we go. That's the first one. Look at that. Should have been snapped up there. And the second one, going for the reverse sweep. Off the hand for a single. Push to a short fine leg by Sonal Zinusha. Vyas Kant, always a threat to batsmen. He could bowl the wrong one as well. He's more or less on target all the time. He's done so well over the years. Lofted in the air. Fielder under it. Caught, well caught. That's an excellent catch. What a catch that was. And finally, Nipun Dhananjay was missed twice of the bowling of Vyas Kant. Has now perished for 39. And that's an excellent catch. Mid-off moving to his right. Kept his eyes on the ball. And what a catch that was. Diving catch. And Nipun Dhananjay, here we are. That's the shot that was played. In the air, Nipun Dhananjay knew that he did it wrong. And look at the fielder. Dives at the last moment. Kept his eyes on the ball. And that's an excellent catch. That's what catches are all about. And he's elated with himself. As Nipun Dhananjay walks back for a well-made 39 of 41 balls. And Vyas Kant picks up his second wicket. That's a big wicket, in fact, for BBK partnerships. So 2 for 20 is Vyas Kant's figures. And Sonal Zinusha, he's there on 17. So BBK partnerships have done well to get the top 5 batsmen out of the CDB innings after they put them to bat when they won the toss at the Courts Grounds in Colombo. And this is the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League Cricket Tournament for 2025. This is match number 4. In fact, 3 matches going on at the moment. Another game at the MCA grounds, Melbourne taking on Haley Zay. 2 unbeaten teams in that game. And at Thurston College grounds, HNBA meeting Fair First Insurance. Results expected from those games as well as the game day progresses. And Lahiri Madhushankar comes out to bat. Well, so BBK Partnerships and VS Kant will be now sensing to pick up another wicket or two. They will put them right back in this game. They can't allow the batting side of CDB to run away with this innings and pile up runs. So fielders taking their place once again. 146 for 5 is CDB. Lahiri Madhushankar, 80 matches, loads of experience. Got 750s and 100 as well. 83 innings, top score 100 runs. We know that he's a dangerous batsman. I'm pretty sure that VS Kant will know that as well. And we look at that, the dismissal of Nipun Dhananjay again. Look at that catch being taken. The fielder running across to his right, kept his eyes on the ball. Made no mistake about that. VS Kant picked up his second, 2 for 20 his figures. Well played by Lahiri Madhushankar. Comes forward, pushes out to the offside. Ends the over, 25 overs completed. And CDB 146 for 5.
Vijay Kant, VS Kant. The pick of the bowlers, 5 overs, 14 dot deliveries, 20 runs and the 2 wickets. Now look at the partnerships. Every wicket they have tried to build up a partnership, but unfortunately they have not been able to capitalize on what they have started off. Shunal Dinush, he's been the man out there for some time now. He has to take the responsibility onto his shoulders. Well, Lahiri Madhushankar, the skipper, talking about him, he is an aggressive batter. The only problem or the concern for CDB would be how long could Lahiri Madhushankar hang out there? Because the moment he sees a delivery under his eye line, he will try to go the distance. That is the risk. The wicket of Lahiri Madhushankar here would make things even worse for CDB. On the other hand, Lahiri Madhushankar as the skipper, he needs to be more responsible. He needs to support his senior batting partner who has been out there for some time. Try and rotate the strike as much as possible. Don't let the dot deliveries build up. The life is going to be tough out there for Lahiri Madhushankar. The ball is turning and gripping. Spinner is in operation. You're always tempted to go downtown, especially when you're an inborn aggressive hitter. Drives. Should be a couple of runs. There is that short extra cup fielder waiting for a mistimed shot outside the off stump. Edward Nathan, he's into his 5th over. He has been touch expensive today. 29 given away off his 4.4 overs. He would love to have another wicket here. That's the wicket I was talking about. This is what I was exactly talking about a couple of deliveries back. How long would Lahiri Madhushankar be patient before he tries to go downtown? He did see that delivery under his eye line. Try to go up and over mid-off. All ends up. Gave it a proper whack. But what a catch that was. Very, very well done by the skipper himself. That's the commitment that you're looking for. Edward Nathan. grabs the second wicket. Lahiru Madhushankar's short stay comes to an end. CDB in deep trouble at the moment, I would say. 149 for 6. New batter in Mudita. Well, Sholal Dinesh, unfortunately, he's running out of partners now. That's Mudita Lakshan. Good strike rate, 75 matches, experienced campaigner, 8 half centuries. It's the time he needs to stand out for his team. "24 years of age. Well, now you will see that the BBK partnership players will be pumped up and looking good. Here's a quick look at that previous wicket again. Lahiru Madhushankar seeing the ball underneath his eye line, smashed it straight into the hands of V.S. Kanth. Good catch to dismiss the skipper by the skipper. 26 done, 149 for 6. Disappointing if you're a fan of CDB. Every single batter getting a start and throwing away the wicket. How disappointing that is. V.S. Khan continues. Two runs. Skipper is not happy. Well, the fielder deep. He could have done better. He took his time, expecting that the fielder inside the circle, the short mid-wicket fielder, would get to that. But by the time the batters, they made sure to cross over a couple of runs. V.S. Kanth is a very busy customer. He would run around, walk around, talk to your teammates, try and rush through his over especially. He has been in good form in the recent past. Good one. This is what he's really good at, bowling in line with the stumps. He hardly tries to do anything fancy. He tries and keep it nice and simple. Good one again. Asking the questions from Mudita. It's not easy to be out there. Loud call given. Well, that's the 7th wicket down. The collapse continues. As we were talking about, V.S. Kanth looking to rush through the overs, keeping things nice and simple. Wrong and plumbed. The umpire raised his finger even before V.S. Kanth turned back to him to appeal for the wicket. Mudita Lakshan departs without scoring. CDB 152 for 7. Seven wickets down. CDB in deep trouble. Sonal Dinusha running out of partners. Skipper and the team himself justifying the fact that they decided to bowl first after winning the toss. It was a tricky surface, especially during the first 10 overs. As I mentioned during the pitch report, the surface was rolled on nicely and it looked hard. Here's a quick look at Tharindu Ratnayaka. Good strike rate, which really wouldn't matter at this point. The average is what that we all would be looking at. He needs to try and support Sonal Dinusha. So coming back to that point, during the first 10 overs, the ball was coming on well because it was rolled on and looked hard. It looked good for batting, but as the day passes by, the cracks do open up and it will assist the spinners. Good over. 1 wicket for V.S. Kant. 27 done, 152 for 7. Look at the partnerships, 36, 34, 28, 30, 18. Continuous partnerships. But the bad news is that none of those did go on to make that big one. It has led to the downfall of CDB. Now what would be the approach of Sonal Dinusha? Shot, cut away, should be a couple of runs. A very tricky situation for Sonal Dinusha. Is he going to go hard at the bowlers, or should he be rotating the strike, trusting his partner? A very, very tough situation. They at least need to try and get past that 200-run mark. If they're trying to make a game out of it, they need to have a total for the bowlers to bowl at. V.S. Kant has been very, very proactive. Good one. That is the speed you need to be bowling. Bowl it slower. Give it air. Let the ball grip out of the surface. Especially at this end where he is bowling, there is a lot of assistance for the spin bowlers. Very good bowling, spot on. Couple of deliveries back, we did see V.S. Kant talking to him, advising him how he needs to be bowling. This is good. This is very, very good from BBK partnerships. They pulled things back really nice and tight. They're making sure that they're never giving any opportunity for CDB to bounce back. There's that shot, trying to break the shackles. Fantastic over, just the 2 runs. 154 for 7. Sonal Dinusha unbeaten on 23. All the top order batters getting into double figures. Nipun Dhananjay, for me, he was the key wicket. Not sure if that was the ideal shot that he was playing against V.S. Kant. And he was looking really, really good and set for a big total. Khan continues. He's into his 7th over. Probably this would be the last over before he takes himself off. Especially to the lower order batters, you need to try and keep it in line with the stumps. Do the basics right. Wrong. Bowled it really slow. Smart piece of bowling by Khan. He has been fantastic today. 3 for 24 of his 6.3 overs. He might even bring himself on for another over, especially with the lower order batter in. Sonal decides to go down on one knee and sweeps it. There is protection at deep square, like just the one run. If they could break through from the other end, where we do have the bowlers, that would be ideal for Khan and his team. Brilliant. Khan looking for those rough patches, getting that extra turn. Just the 3 runs, 29 done. CDB 157 for 7. The 2 spinners doing the damage so far. 3 wickets for Khan. 2 for Edward, 1 for Krishna Sriram, 6 wickets among the spinners, which was very much on cards, looking at what the surface was offering. Gets that outside edge. 2 more runs. Edward has been brilliant. 5 wickets in the very first game. Khan talking to his bowlers regularly. Ratnayaka, he's been very watchful. Can't afford to throw away his wicket. Sonal Dinushi has been out there for 32 deliveries. It would be ideal if he could support his senior batting partner. Try and put up a partnership. 120 legal deliveries left after this over. That's a long way to go. Long on coming into the circle. Deep mid wicket going back to the boundary. Probably to protect that slog sweep, which Sonal Dinush might try. Quicker one. So far it has been a brilliant performance by BBK partnerships. They have managed to pull things back when CDB was really trying to run with this game. Well, Niroshan Dikpala doing a little bit of field setting up, getting in a cover fielder and a short extra cover, inviting the batter to drive through that offside. good bit of fielding. Very good fielding. Brilliant. This is what is expected. You need to be supporting your bowlers. Too short. 30 overs done. Ran 62 for 7.
So there we are, the scorecard and the partnerships. Well, no great partnerships there. We mean starts, in fact, but not really big ones. And I think that really the BBK partnership has done really well to restrict CDB to 162 for 7 after 30 overs, because CDB has got a very strong batting side. They've got those top order batsmen, number of national players as well in the batting ranks. So they've got Tarindu on 6 and Sonal Dinusha, who's still there. Tishan Vidusan replaces Vyas Kant, who's picked up 3 wickets. Excellent spell of bowling from Vyas Kant. He's keeping a few overs up his sleeve, in fact, for later on. He feels that the innings might go past the 40th over or so. But they've done really well in the 30 overs to pick up 7 wickets. Tishan Vidushan into his 4th over, none for 15 his figures. Again pushed out on the onside by Tarindu. So CDB will want to bat the full 50 overs, that's for sure. They don't be bowled out before that. Driven on the onside towards long on for a single. So Tarindu will want to give Sonal Dinusha as much of the strike as possible. He's on 25 of 33 balls. We know that he bats so well, Sonal Dinusha, and has been in good batting form in recent times. Pulls that one down towards deep backward square leg. They're coming back for 2. That's excellent running between the wickets. That's the pressure they put on the fielders taking that second run. And Sonal Dinusha, an expert in that department, to pick that first run quickly and look for the second. Tarindu responded as well. They'll need to pick up all those runs for CDB. Takes guard once again. This one is short and it's played back for the square for a single again by Sonal Dinusha. Tishan Vidushan, none for 19 from his 3.5 overs. So slip still in place. We got that man at deep backward point on the boundary. Extra cover, deep mid-off. Again driven this time to wide mid-on. No chance of a run. Ends the over, 31 completed, and CDB 166 for 7. Today, BBK partnership has done really well. Only 4 extras in the total so far. In the previous game, they conceded so many wides and no balls. And that has been another reason why they've done well today against this very strong CDB side. And look at that scorecard. Udara 23, Rasbulle 31, Oshida Fernando 19, Dhananjay. He's lucky to be there for 39. He was dropped twice on the bowling of V.S. Kant. Pavan Ratnakar, well, out for 13. Sonal Dinusha is holding the innings together, 28 of 35. Madhushankar, the captain, gone for 2. And Lakshan didn't make an impression. Out LBW to V.S. Kant for no score. Parindu Ratnaka is there on 7. So drinks on the field once again with CDB on 166 for 7. Look at the bowling card. Santosh Gonzalez opened the bowling today. Didn't play in that last game. He bowled 5 overs, none for 37. Bit expensive. Newton, 1 for 26 from 3. Tony Gregg, none for 12 from 3. Tishan Vitushan has bowled 4 overs, none for 19. Viaskant, 7 overs, 3 for 26. Those are outstanding figures. 21 dot balls as well from his 7 overs. He's got just 3 overs up his sleeve. And Krishna Sriram has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 9. Edward Nathan has bowled 7 overs, 2 for 36. And look at the follow wickets. 36, 70, 88, 116, 146, 149, 152. So no great partnerships, no big partnerships for CDB. They lost wickets at regular intervals, and that's how it has gone with the drinks break with CDB on 166 for 7 after 31 overs. We'll take a short break from here. Be back again when the action unfolds. So right, with drinks on the field, we are looking at some of the dismissals today in the CDB innings. And look at that catch, outstanding catch being taken. Couple of outstanding catches, in fact. Another drive on the offside. Look at that. Diving catch again, coming forward. Didn't make a mistake with that. And that's the LBW. A big shout from Yas Khan. Pretty straight delivery. There was no doubt about that. So CDB, who looked to maybe get a total of about 260, 270 at one stage, have really lost their way with those wickets falling. But then they still got batting left in the middle up there. Even though they're down more or less to the all-rounders and to the tail, they'll want to make an impression this innings. So the ground staff was busy at every single drinks break. So hot and humid afternoon here in Colombo at the Colts grounds. So now Dinusha taking guard once again. He's very fond of taking guard. If he's not too sure about his guard, he'll always ask the umpire to give him a middle stump guard. Wants to make sure he's not an LBW candidate. Having a little chat with Niroshan Dikwella as well. Edward Nathan, 2 for 36 from 7. Nicely stopped. Very hard shot out on the offside towards point region. Well stopped. Good fielding always raises the team. Look at that. Good dive to the left. That's driven down the ground, out towards the long on for 4. No stopping that one. So now Dinshaw moves to the 30s. He's on 32 of 37. Taken to the full. A full toss is well dealt with Sonal Dinusha. He wants to make sure that CDB gets to a very reasonable total, defendable total. Projector score is 270. They're going at 5.40 runs and over. Edward Nathan giving the ball from here. He's conceded the boundary so far. Field well spread out. Works it on the onside down towards deep mid wicket. He'll pick up a single for that. So look at the field itself now. We've got the left hand on strike, a short fine leg, a deep backward square leg on the boundary, a long on and a mid-wicket. And on the offside, they got that man, a short third man, a backward point, extra cover, the sweeper cover and a long off. Right, completes the over, 32 completed, and CDB are 171 for 7. There's the scorecard once again. So Nipun Dhananjay has got a start. He's got to his 30s, 39. Lasith Crosspul also got to 31. And of course, Sonal Dinusha is on 33 at the moment. So all got starts, in fact, those batsmen, but couldn't go on to make big scores. But Sonal Dinusha, he may be the one man who wants to bat out this innings. There's the projected score, 267. Push nicely on the onside by Sonal Dinusha. They're coming back for 2. That's excellent running. Very good running indeed. Put the pressure. And now one overthrow as well. This is what good running between the wickets does. You put pressure on the fielders. So 3 runs, in fact, that time. Takes the first run so quickly. There's the fielder coming in. The throw comes in. Bounces in front of Niroshan Dikwaller. So Tarindu on strike, he's on 7. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Tishan Vitushan run for 22 from 4.2 overs at the moment. 5.38 the run rate. That kept a trifle low, but well played in the end by Tarindu. So at one time the projected score was over 300 runs. Now it's come down into the 200s. Quicker pushed through on the offside. The bowler gets a hand to it on his follow through, but well backed up by the mid-off fielder as well. Swept nicely down towards fine leg. Into the boundary for 4. There's no stopping that. Very well played. Picked the gap so well. And the timing was so good from Tarindu's bat. He moves on double figures on 11 and takes CDB onto 178 for the loss of 7 wickets. Look at that shot, the way it's played. All along the ground. Field had no chance. It went very fine indeed. Reverse sweep in there. Safe, one bounce the fielder who comes around from sweeper cover down towards the third man region. They pick up 1 for that. Ends the over, 33 completed, and CDB put in the bat today by BBK partnerships are 179 for 7 after 33 overs. So projected score now is 271. They get there, I think they've done pretty well. They'll be happy with that, in fact, CDB. They got the 230s that last game against HNBA. They beat HNBA a couple of days ago. Right, so Edward Nathan to bowl is the 9th over. 2 for 41 his figures. 13 on strike, he's on 12 or 21 deliveries. Again, the field well spread out. Protecting the boundaries, quite a few boundary riders in fact. You got a man at sweeper on the boundary on the off and a long off on the offside as well. On the onside, the man at deep backward square leg on the boundary and a long on. Reverse sweep. Going for the reverse sweep shot and of course hit on the pad. Umpire indicating off the bat. Now, this is the last over. The 2 balls will be used. Look at that. There we are. After the 34th to the 50th, only 1 ball being used. Nicely played it out towards long off. So the fielding captain has the option of picking up which ball he wants to use on the 2 balls at the moment in use. The new rules from the ICC came in about a month ago that they play with 2 balls in the limited overs cricket. 2 white balls. The reason being that they felt that when there were 2 white balls being used for 50 overs, each ball was only 25 overs old, and the quick bowlers didn't get an option of going for reverse swing. Right, so nicely played again by Sunal Denusha. He picks up 1 more run. 5.38 the run rate, 181 for 7 after 33.4 overs. Well played by Tarindu. Good use of the feet, in fact. Placed it out towards mid-on. A dot ball. Heaved on the onside. That's big. That's really, really big. It's gone all the way, in fact. It's a big 6. There we are. One of the biggest 6s I've seen actually in this tournament. And that ends the 34th over as well. So the umpires will come together with the 2 balls and call the fielding captain to decide which ball they want to use. So the ball that's gone for 6, in fact, there we are. Look at that, a big heave on the onside. And that almost struck the glass in the pavilion, but it went into the car park area, waiting for the ball to come back. It's coming back now. So now the umpires will have the 2 balls. They'll decide if that ball is also good enough to be used. And Viaskant has been called in to decide which ball he wants to use. There we are. He's shown the 2 balls. Viaskant calls in some of his players as well to decide which one to be used. Coming over to Niroshan Dikwalla to make a decision. Right, they pick the ball now. So 187 for 7 after 34 overs. Run rate 5.50. Tarindu moves on to 19 of 26. Sonal Dinusha is on 37 of 42. And Edward Nathan, big over that was, 9 overs, 2 for 49. So now there we are, the 1 ball being used from this stage onwards. Up to the 50th over, this innings goes up to 50 overs. So Sonal Dinusha will be on strike. Krishna Sriram has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 9. Left arm spinner to bowl his 3rd over from the Havelock Sports Club end. Good little partnership for CDB for this 8th wicket. Short and trying to put it on the onside is Sonal Dinusha, but the ball just stays just off the pitch, so there's no chance of a run. Comes forward, pushes gently on the onside. Plenty of gaps on that onside. So mid-wicket has run across to his left to do the fielding. The batsman crossed for one in the meantime. Intelligent batting from Sonal Dinusha. Move takes him on to 38 of 44. He's holding this low order of the innings together. They need a little partnership here, and they're getting that with Tarindu and Sonal Dinusha. Too short. Trying to flick it down the onside. Beats the wicket keeper as well. They're coming back for two. So he did get some bat on that, Luis Tarindu. Takes him on to 21. For a moment I thought that he was beaten, and so did the ball beat the wicketkeeper Niroshan Dikmal as well. But no, he got some bat. Nicely driven on the offside. Beats the fielder. That's down to the boundary for 4. That's well played. The moment he beats the fielder, there's no stopping it. And that's well played by Tarindu as well. Takes him to 25 and takes the CDB total to 194 for 7 in the 35th over. Look at that drive along the ground. Well played. A good cricketing shot. So the field well spread out. In the gone caught. Well, that's another big wicket for Krishna Sriram. He's picked up his second. And CDB lose their 8th. And Tarindu annoyed with himself that he just drove it in the yard towards extra cover. Catch was held. Straightforward catch, in fact. And look at him, he's disappointed, really disappointed. He gave Sonal Dinusha so much support to the middle for the partnership, and there we go. Outside the line of off stump, driving, didn't get his foot to the ball. And that's a straightforward catch taken at extra cover. So CDB lose their 8th wicket. Tarindu Ratnak has gone for 25 or 29. But a good little partnership we did have with Sonal Dinusha. Is it Vijay Singh, the new man, walks in. And now, can BBK partnership bowl out CDB within 50 overs? So now with the 9th wicket partnership is in. Krishna Sriram, 2 for 16 from 2.5 overs. And the threat of CDB being bowled out well within 50 overs very much on, unless Sonal Dinusha can really hold the innings together. But he'll need to bat almost every single delivery. So we see Vijay Singh walks in. He's got to face one ball in this 35th over. So Vyas Kant also helping to set the field. The slip comes in. Deep backward point of the boundary. Extra cover goes down a few steps. We see Vijay Sundara, 30 matches. Not a great batsman, but he'll want to give Sonal Dinusha as much support as possible to build a partnership. And here's Krishna Sriram. Comes forward, pushes out to the offside. Bowler fields on his follow through. Ends the over. 35 completed. And CDB 194 for 8. With this hit, Vijay Singh still to score and Sonal Dinusha on 38.
The spinners have been running away with the batters of the CDB. 3 for V.S. Khan, 2 for Krishna Ram and 2 for Edward. Edward, the star the other day, managed to grab 5 wickets. He has managed to grab 2 wickets here today. Into his last over. Would love to taste another wicket. This would be the ideal one. Sonal Dinesh, he might be in two minds now whether he needs to go after the bowling. We're into the tail. CDB. There you go. Sonal Dinesh straight down the throat of the field at deep mid wicket. This was the risk. Sonal Dinesh, he had to decide whether he was trying to go after the bowlers or try and make the singles around, trusting his partner. But he did choose the other option to go after the bowlers. There was the fielder waiting deep down there, straight down his throat. 9th wicket down for CDB. Sonal Dinesh played a good hand, 38 of 46. CDB run 94 for 9. The last man walking in, Pramod Madhushan, the premier fast bowler. But the fact is that he has been given the responsibility with the bat in hand. Try and at least add another 6 runs to the total. Get past that 200 run mark, the psychological figure. Got off to a blistering start here today, CDB. At the end of 10 overs, they had scored 70 plus runs with a healthy strike rate. But as the day passed by, things have been very tough. Pramod Madhushan, good strike rate, close to 80. Edward Nathan. At the start of the over, I did mention that he would love to taste another wicket before he completes his quota of 10 overs, and especially the big one, Sonal Dinesh. And right as the doctor ordered, he did manage to grab that wicket. Here's what happened. In fact, this is the previous delivery, quick single off the mark. Pramod Madhushan. Two new batters, the last couple of batters out there in the crease, both batters have just walked in. Well, should be a matter of time now. Niroshan Dikwala, he decides to take off the slip and bring in a silly mid-off. Interesting move. And the bowler, he drags his shot. Not the ideal length, couple of runs. Nathan Edward, comparing to his spell the other day against Haley's, looks like he has been a bit short today. Here's a quick look at that previous one. Just couldn't get the distance, Sonal Dinesh. Important runs. Every single run would matter at this stage. 36 overs done. I ran 98 for 8. Viyaskant and Edward Nathan, both them sharing 3 wickets among them. Viyaskant back into his final spell probably. He did take himself off after bowling 7 overs. Very successful, 3 for 26. Viyaskant, he would like to wrap things up as soon as possible. River sweep. Coming off the pad, in fact, I believe. I'm not sure if that's the ideal shot to be playing against Viyaskant. He's firing it in at the moment. Walks across the stumps. Goes for a big heave. Gets that inside edge. 1 run. 199. CDB almost inching that target of 200. There you go. That should be the last wicket. There you go. CDB have been bowled out for 199 runs. Well, they haven't been able to get to that figure of 200 runs. But still, when BBK partnership are out here to chase down this total, they will have to chase down a total of 200. Well, this has been a fantastic performance by BBK partnership. They've won the toss, decided to bowl first in this tricky surface, I would call it. One end of the surface assisting the spinners a lot with a few patches around, and the other end having a little bit of greenery on top. Good call, but the important fact is that they need to come and chase down this total. That is the most important fact. They need to win this game because they have lost their first encounter. So they need a win here, badly need a win. Very unfortunate for CDB. They have been bowled within 37 overs. With 13 plus overs left in their innings. That's somewhere around 78 plus deliveries which were left before they were bowled out. Well, here's a quick look at the batting card. Couple of batters, Sonal Dinusha, Nipun Dhananjaya and Lasith Kruzpulle going past the 30 run mark. But if you take a look at this batting card, almost every batter getting a start. But unfortunately, they did not capitalize. Just the 4 extras. Very disciplined bowling by BBK partnerships. They have managed to bowl out CDB for 199 in 36.3 overs. Bowling card, Vijayakant Viyaskant, once again the star, the skipper himself, grabbing 4 wickets. Edward grabbing 3 and Krishna Ram managing to grab 2 wickets. So all in all, 9 wickets being shot among the spin bowlers. Right then, let's take a quick look at the highlights of the morning session. BBK partnership winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. CDB, they did get to a flying start. Lasith Kruzpulle and Lahiru Dara, they went really hard against the batters. Some poor fielding, look at that. That was the story of the day, especially during the first power play. Many balls going through the legs down to the boundary. That was once again a good shot. The 2 openers, they were going on their merry way before the first wicket was grabbed by the fast bowlers. But Lasith Kruzpulle, he continued on his merry way, went after the bowlers. Oshada Fernando joining him, played some delightful strokes. There was some poor bowling by the quickies up in front during the power play overs. They did not bowl to their field, but when the spinners came on, Viyaskant, he grabbed things up. And Oshada Fernando played some fancy looking shots, the river sweeps, the switch hits. There again, the misfields helping them. And this one, that one shot Oshada Fernando shouldn't have played, where he threw away his wicket. But since then, there was a good partnership between Lasith Kruzpulle and Nipun Dhananjaya. But unfortunately, Lasith Kruzpulle, he threw away his wicket. There was a fantastic delivery, probably hitting one of those patches. Nipun Dhananjaya got 3 lives today, but couldn't capitalize before he was dismissed by a brilliant catch. Skipper Lahiru Madhushankar, very unfortunate, threw away his wicket, and that was plumped in front of the stumps. Sonal Dinusha continued on his merry way, played some delightful strokes, but unfortunately, he was running out of partners, but he made sure to get some big ones. That was off the bat of Tharindu Ratnayaka, who looked very good for his 20 plus runs when I was out there supporting Sonal Dinush before he was brilliantly caught at short extra cover. And then the very next over, Sonal Dinush tried one big shot over mid-wicket before he was caught, and that was the last one. V.S. Kant having his last laugh against the last batter. So that's the news here from the Colombo Coast Cricket Club. We'll take a short break, and when we are back, it will be the run chase by the BBK partnership. Welcome back. We are coming to you live from the Colombo Coles Cricket Club. It's a very warm afternoon, and if you're just joining us, it's day number 2 of the 32nd MCA Super Premier League 2025, where CDB are taking on BBK partnerships. Well, that's the target set for BBK partnerships, 200 runs required off the allocated 50 overs. So BBK partnerships, they've won the toss this morning, decided to bowl first, putting CDB into bat first. They got off to a brilliant start, a fantastic fiery start, but they managed to pull things back. Since the spinners came into action, as expected with the cracks on the surface, things went very bad for CDB, where they were bowled out for 199 runs within 36.3 overs. As predicted, the spinners shard 9 wickets among them out of the 10 wickets to fall. Right then, the responsibility for the 2 opening batters would be to get them off to a good start. As we all know, Niroshan Dikwella, he would be a busy customer. You can see him on the screen making his way into the middle. Exactly 200 runs required of the allocated 50 overs. Now, if you're a CDB supporter, the important fact is that they need to try and get the wicket of Niroshan Dikwella as soon as possible, because the other day, remember that he got off to a flying start against Hales. Unfortunately, couldn't capitalize on the start that he got. But he will play his shots. You could expect some fire cricket here at the Moors Cricket Club, especially with the total number of runs required, just the 200 runs. Dikwella might try to fancy his chances as well. Well, on the other hand, the CDB players, they will be focused on throwing out their soul out here, try to defend this total. CDB deciding to start off with spin. Well, that was very much expected, especially with the in that the bowlers are supposed to start. There is a lot of offer for the spinners. Lots of cracks, some patches out there. It won't be easy for Niroshan Dikwella, especially considering the way that he used to bat out there. Walking across the stumps, probably coming down the track. Well, here we are for the first ball. Very quick single. Good one. Very good run by Niroshan Dikwella. This is one fact that is very important. You shouldn't be relying on the boundaries and the sixes alone, because the target is a very tricky one, 200 runs, and the surface alone is a tricky one as well. So you need to be very, very watchful. Try and run those singers. Well, that spun so sharp. Surprising Sridharan. What a delivery that was. Take a quick look at that again. Look at that. Pitching way outside the off stump and spinning in towards the right hand batter. Niroshan Dikwella on the other end. He might be having a close eye on this. Tharindra Ratnayaka, he's a very experienced campaigner. Good economy. Touch below 4.5. CDB, they need to try and keep things simple as much as possible. Do the basics right. That is the exact length you need to be bowling. Get the batter to think if he needs to go onto the front foot or the back foot. Very watchful. Sridharan was not successful the other day as well. Just the 1 run so far. As a batter, if you are facing strike from the end that the current batter is taking strike, you need to be very watchful. Good over to start off. Just the 1 run given away. 1 over done. BBK 1 without loss. Niroshan Dikwala, impressive strike rate. He's very good at that. Striking the ball, I'll tell you that. And Pramod Madhushan, he will bring on all his international experience to this level of cricket. A very, very handy customer. 73 wickets with an economy of 5.8. Those are good numbers. Now this over, I'm pretty sure that Niroshan Dikwala would fancy his chances against Pramod Madhushan. The new ball might come onto the bat well. Good start. Straight away in line with the stumps, back of the length. Hardly any width. CDB, they need to be very disciplined with their bowling because they are defending a very low total. They need to defend 200 runs within the allocated 50 overs. BBK partnership the other day, they were chasing a total of 210 against Haley's, which they failed to chase down. They might be having that in the back of the mind as well. Tries for the deal scoop. This is what I was mentioning about. He would try his luck, especially against Pramod Madhushan. Niroshan Dikwala, he loves pace on. Ideal length, but not the ideal line for that shot. Bowling it away from the left-hand batter. Well, that's interesting from Pramod Madhushan. A bit of swing. Hardly we did see any kind of movement when the BBK bowlers were out there. Might be a bit of motivational fact for the fast bowlers of CDB. With the new cherry in hand, Pramod Madhushan, with all his experience, he might try and grab through at least a couple of wickets. Full toss this time. Driven handsomely down the ground. That will be 4 runs in fact. Well, that didn't seem like going to the boundary. That was just a punch down the ground. Missed chance, Pramod Madhushan, but he should count himself lucky that he did not get that ball smashed onto his head. Lucky escape for Pramod Madhushan. Niroshan Dikwala gets off inside with that boundary. First boundary of the innings. Pramod Madhushan probably feeling the pain on his hands because it was struck hard. It was a full toss. driven back at the bowler. This is good batting. A single after a boundary. Well, if you're just joining us, BBK partnership winning the toss this morning, deciding to bowl first. We come back to that. Sridharan Sagan, 72 matches, good average, good strike rate. That's the movement I was talking about. Very interesting from Pramod Madhushan. 2 overs done, 6 without loss. Tarindra Ratnayaka will continue with his spin. Pulls off at the last minute. You have a deep extra cover and a deep square leg. Just the one run. Now talking about this young man, Saragan Sridharan, a product of Jaffna Central College, a very talented young man, a promising future star for Sri Lanka cricket. Tarindra Ratnayak is making sure that he's setting up his field exactly where he wants. Well, what an opportunity for Sridharan, the young player, to share the field with a senior batting partner like Niroshan Dikvella. The experience that Niroshan Dikvella carries on his shoulders. Those are some things you could call an achievement for young cricketers like Sridharan. You could count yourself so lucky. Good delivery. Fired in by Tarindra Ratnayaka. Sridharan, what he needs to be doing here is try and milk the singles. Niroshan Dikvella, he will try and play those fancy little shots. Look for the boundary opportunities. Sridharan is 1 of 9. He needs to keep an eye on his strike rate as well. Make sure that he doesn't play too many dot deliveries and bring in the pressure. Dikvella, flat bat set straight down the throat of the mid-on fielder. Well, that was the wicket they were looking for. Tarindra Ratnayaka, he gets his man. Disappointing for Niroshan Dikvella. That was not short enough to be flat batted down the ground. Dragging it outside the off stump. He should have probably tried to play through the offside. Disappointing. Niroshan Dikvella departs for 7. BBK 8 for the loss of 1 wicket. New batter, Sarujan, walks into the middle. Sarujan Sanmuganathan. Another young talented cricketer, 19 years of age. One of the promising stars of Sri Lanka cricket. Represented the under-19 team as well. A product of the St. Benedict's College in Kotahena. Successful over from Tharindra Ratnayaka comes to an end. Just 2 runs and a wicket. 3 overs done. BBK partnership 8 for 1. Pramod Madhujan, he continues with his pace. Quicker one. Sridharan and Sarojan, they do have a responsibility here. They need to put up a partnership. Well, considering the number of runs that's required to chase down, these 2 batters, they have ample time. The required run rate is just touch 4 runs about. And the current run rate just around 2.5. They need to work on that. It's true that they need to be watchful not to give away another wicket, but in the meantime, they need to keep an eye on the run rate. Bit of swing again. Pramod Madhushan. He's making the ball talk. Trying to get the maximum out of the end that he is bowling. There is a bit of green covering. And especially with the new ball in hand, there might be a little bit of swing on offer. Yep, that's the second wicket down. Sridharan, he was pushed onto his back foot. That came pretty fast from Pramod Madhushan. Hardly cramped. Look at that. That was fast from Pramod Madhushan. Rushed Sridharan onto his back foot. Once again, a disappointed Sridharan makes that long walk back. Caught by Nipun Dhananjaya at short mid-wicket. Second wicket down for BBK partnership, 8 for 2. New batter in Santosh. Well, 2 quick wickets in short intervals. Santosh Gunathilaka. Shot again. This time Santosh Gunathilaka, he controls the shot quite nicely. Couple of runs added to the total. Comparing Santosh Gunathilaka with Sridharan, the advantage that Santosh Gunathilaka has is that he's a tall lad. So he has that extra bit of time to rock onto the back foot and hammer it over that infield. Whereas in Sridharan hardly had any kind of time to rock onto the back foot. He was cramped for room by the express pace of Pramod Madhushan. Straight down the leg side, wide given. Bowlers of CDB, they need to be very watchful with regards to giving away extra runs. They're defending a small total, so every single run will matter at the end of the day. They need to be very disciplined in bowling, and especially with regards to the outfield and catching as well. Opportunity missed, I would say, by Santosh Gunathilaka. That was shot outside the off stump. Should have been definitely put away, but looking at the condition of the surface, the ball is hardly coming on to the bat. Plays it a bit too early. Just the 3 runs given away in these overs so far. Managed to grab that important wicket of Sridharan. Beauty. That's the 3rd one. Santosh Gunathilaka decides to go fishing outside the off stump. Gets that outside edge. Easy catch completed. I was talking about this movement that the fast bowlers could generate from the end that Pramod Madhushan is bowling. There is a bit of green covering on the surface, especially with the new ball in hand. If you're good at moving the ball in and out from the batters, you will be rewarded. Good work by Pramod Madhushan. Easy catch for Lahiru Dara. Santosh Gunathilaka departs. CDB have really come to a position of demanding against BBK, who are 10 for the loss of 3 wickets. New batter in Nipun Karunanayaka. Pramod Madhushan showcasing all his experience, talent and skills, grabbing 2 wickets in the previous over, putting BBK back on the back foot. Nipun Karunanayaka, good average. Couple of hundreds under his name as well. A very experienced campaigner. (34 years of age), has represented Sri Lanka A 6,400 plus first class runs at a healthy average of 38. Dancing shoes on. Brilliant shot from Sarjan. All the way over long on for 6 runs. Well, if things are not easy out there, this is one way that you could break the shackles. Fantastic shot. Getting to the pitch of the delivery. Nice flow of the arms. High elbows. That was against the run of play, isn't it? Tharindra Ratnayaka might have never expected Sarjan to come down the track. Safe shot though, with mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. That's close. Probably just setting him outside the off stump. You need to be very careful against these kind of bowlers. They'll come hard at you. Drives for a single on the offside. Well, 17 for 3. In fact, 18 for 3 after 4.4 overs. As a batting unit, what would you try and do? Well, you need to break the shackles, because the more you get into a shell, the bowling team will try and come and push the pressure back into you. They will try and tighten the screws. So to come out of that, as a batting unit, you need to look for something different. You need to innovate something out of nothing. Nipun Karunanayaka, he needs to bring his all experience. Two slips in place. This is good captaincy by Lahir Madhushankar. They're going for the kill. That is what is important. Just don't give any opportunity to the batters to settle down. That was close. Taken off the wicket-keeper's gloves. Beautiful from Nipun Karunanayaka. Very welcome boundary. Expensive over. 11 runs coming off that. 5 overs done. 22 for 3. Nicely done. Beautiful placement. ...178 runs required of 230. That's the equation. Well, it's not about the number of balls versus the required runs for BBK at this point. It's about the number of wickets left. 7 wickets left. They need a partnership. They badly need a partnership. Another wicket here would make things really hard for them. But CDB, on the other hand, they would love to have a wicket, especially the one of Nipun Karunanayaka. Easy single now. These two batters, that would be one way that they could make sure that the scoreboard is ticking. Milk around those singles. Play the gaps well. Wait for the bad delivery. Wait for that odd delivery, which you could put it away to the boundary. But apart from that, you need to be trying and making away those ones and twos. A short mid-wicket in place, probably for a mistimed shot on the onside. Close, going down the leg side. Well, when you have that short mid-wicket in place and the square leg inside the boundary as well, you could expect that delivery. So the batter, he needs to take a risk. There is no protection in front of square on the onside. So there is no deep square leg, there is no deep mid wicket. And when you have the bowler bowling in line with the stumps right up there, it is a chance that you need to be taking as a batter. But the risk is you might be caught in front of the wicket, ABW, or maybe pop one up in the air. Pramod Madhushan, he's bowling to a plan. This has been a good comeback from CDB after the disappointing batting performance during the morning session of play. They have managed to come back into this game, showcasing their bowling skills. And especially, it's a prize when you have a fast bowler grabbing those quick wickets up front the innings, where we are used to be seeing the spinners dominating during the morning session. And again, targeting the stumps. It's just that you need to try and be in line with it. Couple of appeals during this over. Both of them probably going down the leg side. Well, the line goes wrong for Pramod Madhushan. That is a risk that you need to be taking as a bowler if you are trying to attack the stumps. Having a catching mid-wicket. Leg bicycle by the umpire. He needs to try and get it towards the midland off stump probably to start it off and drift it in towards the left-hand batter. Another good over so far for BBK partnerships. 5 runs coming off that with 1 delivery to go in this over. Driven through the offside, all along the ground. That will run away to the boundary. In fact, that has been a brilliant attempt. It just saved a couple of runs. 6 overs completed. BBK partnerships 29 for 3.
So 30 for 3 in the 7th over. Losing those 3 wickets certainly put pressure on BBK partnership. Top order batsman as well. Dick Weller, first to go. Very close to lunch in this game. 1:30. CDB put into bat today 199 all out in 36.3 overs. So now the dot ball. Nipun Karunaratne, the batsman, is on 6 of 10. Full flowing drive, but straight towards the extra cover fielder, so there's no chance of run. The ball travelling quickly. So one slip in place, the backward point. Extra cover wide, the mid off, and the long off on the offside. On the onside, they got the man at short fine leg, deep backward square leg. So there we are maiden over, and that's going to be lunch in this game at the moment with BBK partnership on 30 for 3, 7 overs. The target is 200 runs, so a long way to go. They lost those 3 wickets. Current run rate 4.29. Need 170 runs from 258 balls. That equation is fine. It's the wickets column that has the problem. Ratnak has picked up 1 wicket. And Nipun Karunaratne and Sarjan Shamunathan walking back to the pavilion for lunch. Right there with the batting card, Dick Balla. He was the first to go. Dick Balla went for 7 of 8 balls. Sarangan went for 1 of 12 balls, and then Santosh Guntilaka went for 2 of 3 balls. That was a big blow, in fact, to lose Dick Balla and Guntilaka so quickly before lunch. So Nipun Karunaratne not out on 6 of 12, and Sarjan Shamunathan not out 9 of 7. The batting still to come. The captain, yes, Khan, Tony Gregg, Vitushan along with Newton, Dirakshan and Shashindan. And the bowling, Ratnak has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 15. Pramod Badashan, 2 for 11 from his 3 overs. 5 extras so far in this total of 30 for the loss of 3 wickets. So 170 needed from 258 balls. That's the equation for BBK partnership. Right, so that's the position in match number 4 of the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League Cricket Tournament 2025. We'll take a break for lunch and be back when all the action unfolds in about 40 minutes from now. Good afternoon and welcome back to the course grounds and the continuation of match number 4, game between the BBK partnership and the game started 15 minutes late, and what really happened was BBK won the toss and went in first, and they were bowled up to 1 overs, and since we had that late start, well, lunch was taken at 1:30 in the afternoon, and at lunch, BBK partnership betting the 30 for 3 in 7 overs. There's the match summary at the moment. Versus BBK partnership, and this question now for BBK partnership, 258 balls. That's the question. They got 707. Uphill task for BBK. You know that last game, CDB is in fact, and they lost their 86 runs. BBK partnership was scored of the 123 in 32.5 overs. Can they do that? We'll have to wait and see. So with Manch Reagan and BBK partnership 30 for 3, we had the CDB taking the field as well with the batsman out to the middle. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon. Could BBK partnership withhold the storm and get those runs, or will CDB just bulldoze their way in this match? Because CDB, they won their first match. They played against HNBA a couple of days ago. Just to update you on another match that took place at the MCA grounds, that game is already completed. That was Haleys versus Melbourne, and Haleys batting first made 106 all out in 26 overs, and Melbourne, they made 107 for 5 in 25.1 overs. So it's an easy win for Melbourne there, beating Haleys. And Haleys were the giant killers, or they beat BBK partnership a few days ago at the Moors ground. So they won one, they lost one, and Melbourne perhaps have played 2 matches and won both matches. Right, action about to unfold at the Colts grounds. It's a hot and humid afternoon, and here we are with all the players in the middle at the moment. Nipun Karunaratne, the batsman, with Sarjan also with him. He's on 9. Sarjan on 9 and Nipun on 6 at the moment. 30 for 3 after 7 overs. So they really lost their way before lunch. That 45-minute period before lunch, they really lost their way, and that was BBK partnership. First ball of the afternoon coming up. Tarindu on his way. Sarjan Shanmunathan comes forward, pushes out on the offside towards mid-off, and there's no run. So a dot ball to start with. And a little boot problems for Sarjan Shanmunathan, getting the boot lace tied, I think, by one of the fielders. And this is what it's all about, you know. The sportsmanship that both sides show is great for the game itself. So Pramod Madhushankar, 2 for 11 from 3.1 overs at the moment, bowling for the far end of the grounds or the Havelock Sports Club in. He's got a slip in place and in a right arm around the wicket. Down the leg side, beats the wicket keeper, wide called, down to the boundary for 4. That has got to be 5 runs to the batting side, plus that's got to be re-bowled. So straight away, BBK partnership, the total moves on to 36 in fact. 36 for loss of 3 wickets. Because that was a very poor delivery. Look at that, wavered down the leg side. And Sarjan Shanmunathan was trying to flick it down to the final leg boundary, but didn't get back to it. Or rather, it's 35 for the loss of 3 wickets. That's the score. 5 runs coming off that. And that's got to be re-bowled as well. Played soft hands this time. Sarjan Shanmunathan pushes out on the offside towards the backward point. He didn't do too well in that previous game. Sarjan Shanmunathan just made 1 run. He was out LBW, playing across the line. But today he must be his day that he wants to make amends for that and make runs. He's a quality player. In fact, in school days, he kept wickets for the Sri Lanka under-19 team. And here's Pramod Madhushankar again on the far end. Slip being taken out. We moved on the offside. So they got that backward point, a point extra cover and mid-off on the offside. On the onside, they got the fine leg mid-wicket and a mid-on. Short, and that's cut away. Up and under. One bounce to the boundary for 4. Well played by Sarjan Shamunathan. Saw that very short indeed. Made full use of that. Field had no chance at third man to move across to his left to do the fielding or pick it up. So one more to the boundary to the total. Takes down to 39 for 3 after 7.3 overs. There we go again. A very short delivery. And look at Shamunathan, the way he played that. Up and under. And one bounce to the boundary for 4. Pramod Madhushankar again from the far end. Bowling to the left-handed Shamunathan. Short. Going for the cut shot. Doesn't make contact. Wicket-keeper collects. So dot ball with the total remains at 39 for the loss of 3 wickets. The target is 200 for BBK partnership. So give you indication of what's been happening at the Thurston College grounds. Another game between Fairfirst Insurance and HNBA. Fairfirst making full use of the conditions. They have made 375 for 7 in their 50 overs. And HNBA 24 for 1 after 4 overs. Short again, going for the pull shot. Doesn't make contact is Sarjan Shamunathan. That's down the leg side. One short one for the over, says the umpire as well. So 161 runs required. The current run rate is 4.98. They require 3.82 from this stage onwards. The only problem that they have, BBK partnership, is the wickets column. That's the problem they have. Not a short delivery. Shamunathan on his toes this time plays it out on the offside to the backward point, ends the over, 8 completed, and BBK partnership are 39 for 3. So there's the partnerships and the scorecard of BBK partnership. Dick Weller, disappointing again, made just 7 runs. Sarangan as well, who opened the batting, didn't impress the scorers. Nipun Karuratna, he's there, he's on 6 of 12 balls. He needs to give Sarjan Shamunathan a lot of support if you've got to build a partnership here. So Nipun Dhananche comes on to bowl. Former Sri Lanka under-19 captain as well is Nipun Dhananche. Led Sri Lanka 19, quite a few games in fact. So he's got a lot of experience under his belt. He's played 7 limited overs games. First ball. Off the back foot, cut away very nicely on the offside, down to backward point. Who gets a hand to it and stops the ball. The batsman come back for 2. Nipun Karuratna picks up a couple of runs. When you lose wickets, you can't just go into a shell and start to play defensive cricket. You've got to play the bowling on its merits. Look to cut loose sometimes, play some good shots. Tucked around the corner towards mid-wicket, no run. Again off the back foot, forced on the offside towards sweeper. This time it will be only a single. So CDB packed with lots of good players in their ranks. Sri Lankan players, club players, some of the fringe of playing for Sri Lanka. A quality team, in fact, has CDB. The batting didn't really fire today because they didn't build big partnerships. Batsmen got in the 30s and threw their wickets away. So 42 for 3 after 8.3. Shamunathan well forward. So Sarjan Shamunathan has had a very good school season this year. Played for St. Benedict's College, captained them as well. And also was the vice captain of the Sri Lanka under-19 team. Defensive, end of the over. That's 9 completed. 3 of that Nipun Dhananjay over. And here we are with the BBK partnership on 42 for 3 after 9. Hot and humid afternoon here in Colombo. Here we are, changes the bowling also coming up. More of the medium pacers coming in. Not going for total spin is CDB. Madhushankar picked up 2 of the wickets of the 3 to fall. Two dot balls to start the over. Good start, in fact. Trying to put pressure on the batsman when you bowl dot balls. Perhaps thinking the batsman might lose concentration and go for a big heave or a big hit. Distraction is what the bowlers try to do all the time. Again, forward defensive, playing down the track. CDB won their first match very comfortably against HNBA. It was a high-scoring game, both teams scoring over 200 runs. Wrapped on the wrist area this time. It must have pained. Indicates the changing room, no problem. There we go. Wrist and then onto the thigh pad. Some attention from the wicket keeper. Perhaps the glove must have been done or something of that nature. The team spirit and camaraderie between all these teams has been absolutely fantastic. Again, forward defensive. A defensive field, in fact. A backward point. A point, a short extra cover and a mid-off on the offside. On the onside, they got that backward square leg. A fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Again, forward defensive. Very tight over. Maiden over, in fact, to start with. So 10 overs completed. And CDB 42 for 3. So Nipun Dalanja to continue from the commentary box end or the Park Road end of the grounds. Bowling to Sarujan Shamunathan, the left-hander. So slip in place this time. A backward point, sweeper, extra cover and long off on the offside. Left on the pad, perhaps sliding down the leg side. Nipun Dalanja asked the question. Umpire is not interested. There we go. Let's take a look at that. Oh yes, down the leg side, no doubt. That kept a trifle low, but well played by Shamunathan. Again comes forward, pushes out in the offside towards extra cover this time. Good tight bowling from Nipun Dalanja as well. So the line at mid-wicket being dropped to a deep mid-wicket now. So he got the deep backward square leg goes on the boundary. A short fine leg. Player missed outside the line of off stump. A cricket delivered from Nipun Dalanja. Beat the batsman. Covers up, pushes out on the offside. End of another maiden. So back-to-back maidens, in fact, from CDB. Another over completed. So 11 overs completed. And we have BBK partnership on 42 for 3. New over starting up. Driven this time straight to extra cover. So last 13 deliveries, there's been no runs scored. The total remains at 42 for 3 for BBK partnership. Shot, going for the bull shot as well. Gets back to ball, hits it away down to a deep mid wicket for 4. That's well struck indeed. That was far too short. Got the treatment. Look at that. No field at mid wicket region. So boundary after quite some time, and after 14 deliveries, we have a scoring shot, in fact, for 4. 46 for 3. Well played. Comes forward, pushes out on the offside. Extra cover does the tidying up. So the bowler remeasuring his run up. It happens sometimes. If you lose a step somewhere in between, or you're coming round the wicket, he is bowling over the wicket all this time. So he's coming round the wicket now. Right arm round. Oh, play. Bit of edge. Beats the wicket keeper down to third man. Picked up inside the boundary. The scamper for a single. That's well bowled, in fact. Off the bat. But he died on the wicket keeper. Let's take a look at that. There we go. There's the bat getting in. The wicket keeper was going to his left. The ball also traveled that way. So only a single being taken that time. Big shout, big shout. Umpire's not moved. So Sarjan Shamunathan, let's see what happened there. Again down the leg side, no doubt about that. The umpire is also pretty sure. The bowler was not too sure about it. He thought it's going to hit the wickets. But it was certainly sliding down the leg side. Good decision from the umpire as well. Ends the overs, so 12 overs completed, and BBK partnership are 47 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Nipun Dhananjaya once again from the Park Road end. Nicely played away on the offside. Sweeper moves across quickly to his right, doing the fielding. The batsman pick up a single. This partnership is going to be key for BBK partnership. Driven on the offside. Quick single being taken. They completed quite comfortably in the end. Edge down towards third man. Long chase to backward point. Coming back for two. Will they look for third? No. They could have looked for third run, in fact. But they ambled through for the second run. 51 on the scoreboard. 51 for 3. This is the 13th over. Shoulders, arms this time. Comes forward again, up to the pad, half-hearted appeal, but umpire calls over. So Nipun Dhananjay completes another over. 13 overs completed, and BBK partnership are 51 for 3. So there's the scoreboard, 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. It's been redone in recent days. Sponsorships also have come into the board, which was not there before this. Good for the club, for the Courts Cricket Club. So the think tank of the team, that is CDB, having a little chat, perhaps about bowling changes, etc. One more one. So this is a quiet period of play in this game between BBK partnership and short. Nicely played down towards short third. Shamunathan on top of that, in fact, kept it along the ground. That's the key when you're playing those short deliveries. So 2 left-handers in the middle, pretty easy for the bowlers on the fielding side as well. Nice to turn around the corner, past the square leg umpire. We'll pick up one more run. So runs can come in singles for BBK partnership, at least to try and start rebuilding the innings. They lost those 3 early wickets. When you lose early wickets, the problems are to rebuild the innings. So you need a pair to get together. Lovely shot, beautiful shot from Shamunathan. Straight to the extra car boundary for 4. That's a trademark Shamunathan shot. In fact, he's so good at that shot all the time and plays it so well. Growing in confidence is the young man. Look at that. Fielders did not move. They knew that the timing was so good. Shot again off the back foot. Turned around the corner on the onside. Looking for two, but sent back by his partner Ishamunathan. So just a single being taken. Ideal option to take 2 runs there. Could have been 2. When you take the first run so fast and looking for the second, always a good prospect. Thick outside edge down towards the backward point. End of the over. So 14 completed. And BBK partnerships are 56 for the loss of 3 wickets.
$58 for 3 after 14 overs. BBK partnerships, they're trying to recover from that early fall that they had prior to lunch. These 2 batters have held on to a good partnership at the moment. BBK partnerships winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. They managed to bowl out CDB for a total of 199 runs. At the moment, they are chasing down this target of 200 runs to win this game. They need a win here. They badly need a win because they're coming out to this game after losing the previous encounter against Haleys. Well, at the moment, both these batters, they have spent some time out there. They have figured out the pace of the surface. They have adapted to the conditions, and they look very nice. Nipun Karunanayaka at the moment unbeaten on 19 of 33 deliveries, and Sarujan Sanmuganathan 21 of 31. He did manage to hit a massive 6 as well. This has been a wonderful partnership. 49-run partnership of 63 deliveries. So they have held the innings on together after that early collapse where they had lost 3 wickets for 11 runs prior to lunch. But post-lunch, they look very, very much under control. The required run rate is only around 4 runs per over, so that is not a concern. They're going at 4 per over as well. Very watchful, very nicely done. Quick single, that's the 50-run partnership between these 2 batters for the 4th wicket. That completes over number 15. BBK 61 for 3. 15 overs done. Lahiru Madhushankar, he decides to bring himself on for the 16th over. The skipper himself, 89 matches, 96 wickets, a good economy of 5.73. Good delivery to start off with, in line with the stumps. That is what is important at this moment. Now CDB, what they need to do here is they need to try and break this partnership. Well, if you ask me which wicket that I would prefer, I would definitely prefer the wicket of Sarujan Sammuganathan, because he's a very, very talented young man. The more time he spends out there, he'll be a huge problem for any opponent. He is one of the rising stars of the Sri Lankan under-19 squad as well. He was the opening batter for the Sri Lankan under-19 squad. He will milk away the singles. He will run those twos. He will get that odd boundary. He is a very, very busy customer. Well, the successful bowler so far, Pramod Madhushan, managed to grab the 2 wickets. And Tharindu Ratnayaka, he did manage to grab 1 wicket as well. But since then, BBK partnerships, they have decided to go out there and bat positively. That is what is important. Especially when you feel the pressure, when you feel yourself that you have got into a shell, you need to break the shackles. One of the easiest way to do that is keep the scoreboard ticking. So far it has been good cricket from both teams. BBK partnership to start off with, they did manage to bowl out CDB for a total of 199 runs. A very, very strong batting CDB lineup with the likes of Oshada Fernando, Lahiru Udara. Those are big names. So that was a success. And now BBK, after being pushed onto the back foot, when they were 3 for 11, and the partnership of 50 plus runs between these two batters, it has been a good comeback. So currently the game is evenly posed between both the two teams. $138 more runs required to win the game. Once again, good over, very good bowling by Lahiru Madhushankar. Just the 1 run coming off that over. 16 overs done, 62 for 3. Right, then we have a change in bowling. Sonal Dinusha has been brought into the attack. 32 matches, 26 wickets. He was good with the bat today, and it's time for him to show some skills with the ball. Best of 3 for 6. Those are good numbers. Would be ideal for a situation like this. The left arm orthodox spinner. Previous one was a good over from the skipper himself, considering just the 1 run. Well, if they're looking to grab wickets and if they aren't coming your way, one way of getting them is to stop the flow of runs. Try and bowl as much as possible dot deliveries. Well, all going wrong there for Sunal Dinusha. That was a wide straight down the leg side. Luckily the wicketkeeper got a hand onto it. He's trying to fire the ball in. Not sure if that's the ideal speed that he needs to be bowling on this surface. He needs to give a little bit of air. Bowl it slow. Not the ideal speed again. He's trying to fire it in, bowling it flat. You need to bowl it up front. Bowl it a little slow, because there is a lot of offer for the spinners on this surface, especially the end that he's bowling at this moment. There is a lot of purchase out of the surface. There are a few rough patches and some cracks at that end. Definitely help the bowler in looking for a wicket. But then there is a leg slip in place, probably because of the turn that Sunal Dinush is currently getting. Good move by the skipper to bring him on from the short fine leg region. Good one. That is the exact length and line he needs to be bowling. Bowl it round that off stump line. Get the ball to turn towards the left hand batter. Get the ball do a little bit of gripping out of the surface. Yeah, brilliant. Fantastic delivery once again. That is that uneven bounce. That odd bounce you could see and expect from the surface when you're bowling from the end where Sunal Dinush is bowling at the moment. Runs are coming thick and fast at the moment. Even they are coming in singles. BBK wouldn't mind it because the required run rate is under control at the moment. They shouldn't be trying to take any kind of risk. We are just into the 17th over. Probably these two batters could bat along until the 25th over in this manner. Well, good over for BBK, I would say. 4 runs coming off that over, including the leg bye. 17 overs done. 66 for 3. Lahiru Madhushankar, the skipper, back into the action. Nicely placed towards the third man region. Just another run added to the total. At the moment, BBK partnership, especially these two batters, they're doing it in style. They're doing it quite comfortably. Good partnership. An unbeaten partnership of 56 runs of 79 deliveries. Well, the last 5 overs, they have managed to grab 20 runs. At the moment, Could see a little bit of injury from one of the players. The play has been halted for a moment. Let's see what exactly happened. Well, I think the fielder fell on top of the ball. Might be painful. We do have the physio out there just assisting him, just to figure out how he's feeling. .68 for 3 at the moment. Current run rate 3.92, required run rate is around 4. So it's well under control for BBK partnership at the moment. Sarojan Sanmuganathan unbeaten on 26. And Nipun Karuna Nayak unbeaten on 20. Right, then we are back live. Well, Lairu Madhushankar, he has been very disciplined with his line and lengths. Especially the first over, he just gave away the 1 run. And even in this over, so far he has been very disciplined. The first couple of deliveries going for 2 singles. The problem here for CDB is they can't afford to give away easy singles as well. The reason being that they are defending a very moderate total. 199 runs, the target being 200. BBK, there really no need to take any kind of risk at the moment to chase down this total. Which means the only way that CDB could win this game is by bowling out BBK. Good again, he's hitting that same line and length. That is what is exactly required at the moment. If the wickets aren't coming, try and bowl those tight line and lengths. Restrict the batters from getting easy runs. That will build pressure. And when the pressure is built, the batters would try to play some kind of fancy shot just to make sure that the scoreboard is ticking. And it's then when you get that chance to get that prize wicket. Well, beautifully placed. Should be a couple of runs towards deep mid wicket. Considering the circumstances, once again a good over for BBK partnerships. 4 runs coming off that. That is the required run rate as well. 18 done, 70 for 3. This is the bowling card. Pramod Madhushan. He opened the curtains by grabbing those 2 important wickets up front. But since then, they have hardly managed to grab any other wicket since post-lunch. That was very close. Very, very close. I need to tell you that. BBK batters, they need to be very watchful. They can't afford to throw away their wicket at this point. They shouldn't let CDB get a hold of this game again. Well, I love this fielding set up by the captain. He's trying to attack because Lahiru Madhushankar, the skipper, has realized that the only way they are going to win this game is by grabbing wickets. So they need a wicket badly. Nicely done. Sharujan Shanmuganathan showing all his experience. And what a situation for him to be out there. Sweeps, but there is protection at the deep. This has been very good by these two batters. They have been rotating the strike well. They are not trying to play any kind of fancy shots. They know that the runs are coming thick and fast. Scoring has been easy so far. They got themselves in. And when you're batting smart, you would get those easy and freebies coming your way as well. With 4 deliveries of this over, or they have managed to get the required 4 runs. 2 more deliveries, maybe a couple more runs. Very watchful. This is good cricket. Down the track, easy run, 5 runs coming off that over. Very productive for BBK partnerships. 19 done, 75 for 3. Lahiru Madhushankar to continue. Where are they going to look for this wicket? It has been a productive partnership so far. 64 runs between these two batters. Shot. Given the treatment. Very welcome boundary for Sarojan Shanmuganathan. That was played with pure intention. Let's see if it was called a boundary or was it just the 1 run. Let's see what the umpire signal is. Well, looks like the umpire is satisfied. Just the 2 runs called. Valiant effort. Good save. So far things are looking good for BBK partnerships, especially post-line. They have looked very, very confident. They have realized what the requirement is now. For quite some time, if you did notice, the current run rate and the required run rate is just around that 4-run mark. That is fantastic. They made sure they maintain that rate consistently. On the other hand, Lairu Madhushankar, the skipper himself, might need to look for a way of grabbing a wicket here. Maybe try and get one more fielder inside the circle. Invite the batter to take that risk, to go after the bowlers. Because if not, it's really hard to grab a wicket here. They need to work out something out of nothing. Something like that, yeah. Try and play around with the batter's mind. If you're just joining us, this is the 32nd Singer-MCA Super Premier League 2025 happening for the second day here in Colombo. BBK Partnerships taking on CDB in their second games. Both teams respectively facing their second game of the tournament. BBK coming to this game after losing their previous encounter against Haleys, and CDB winning against HNB. Well, another easy single. This is good batting. Well, that completes over number 20. It's 78 for 3.
So 122 runs required of 180 balls. They got 7 wickets in hand. That's the equation for BBK Partnership and CDB, who were put into bat today by BBK Partnership, were bowled out for 199 in 36.3 overs. So Lairu Madhushankar, 3 overs, none for 8 these figures. Nipun Karunath on 21, Sarujan Shamunathan on 33. So this has been a good partnership, a revival of the BBK partnership innings. They were suffering when they lost those top 3 wickets pretty cheaply. So Tarindu to operate, bowled 4 overs, 1 for 15 his figures. So look at the field that they've got for Sarjan Shamunathan. Slip in place, backward point, a point, extra cover, sweeper cover, and a long off on the offside. On the onside, they had the man at short, fine leg, deep mid wicket, and deep mid on. Quicker one, beats the batsman outside the line of off stump. Seen the odd ball bouncing a bit more when the ball operates from the Park Road end. Shoulders arms this time is Sarjan Shamunathan outside the line of off stump. Good use of the feet. Did he get edge to that? Beats the wicket keeper, and that first slip down towards third man. Doesn't reach the boundary, pulled back. Bye is called, in fact. So that ball also took off after it bounced. We'll take a look at that again. Here we go. Look at how the ball turned, it bounced. So that end, well, is something that I think the spinners will take a look at. Short outside the line of off stump. Cut away. Sweeper will tidy up. So Shamunathan picks up 1 more run. Total moves on to 81 for the loss of 3 wickets. So brings Nipun Karunaratne to take strike. He's on 21 of 44 deliveries. He batted well in the first game as well, carried his bat out in the end. Dot ball to end the over. 21 completed, and BBK partnership 81 for 3, requiring further 119 runs of 174 balls with 7 wickets in hand. So there's the scorecard as well, and the partnerships. Dick Weller disappointing again today, made 8, out very early, first wicket to fall. So now Dinusha has bowled 2 overs, not for 7 his figures. Comes on to bowl his 3rd over. Soft tap on the offside towards point. Batsmen's take off for the single, and they complete very comfortably. Turned around the corner. Plenty of time to take that single. So for the 117 runs required, they're going at 3.89 normal. The required rate is 4.08. Not a big problem in the run rate. It's the wickets in hand that they got to keep an eye on. Good use of feet from Shamun Nathan. Plays it gently down towards the backwards, deep backward square leg. They'll pick up one again. Not afraid to use his feet, Shamun Nathan, to the spinners and work them on the onside, so the easy single being taken. He finds the gap as well. So 3 balls bowled, 3 singles being taken. So gentle push on the onside again, straight to mid-wicket. Turned around the corner, quick single again, direct hit, gone. Shamun Nathan short of his ground, direct hit, and that's what the affair was all about. Sarjan Shamun Nathan knows he was short of his ground, and there we are, he's walking back, and BBK partnerships lose their 4th wicket. What a way to lose a wicket through a run out, and he did well to score 36 of 60 balls, and coming for that sharp single. There we go, take a look at that. Played with soft hands on the onside, field in, collects cleanly, has a go at the stumps, and there is Shamun Nathan, short of his ground, hits the stumps. He's not in the frame, in fact, as the stump was uprooted. Umpire's finger came up straight away, no doubt about that. So 84 for 4. Sarjan Shamun Nathan goes to 36 of 60 balls. And of course, CDB, they need a wicket from somewhere, even through a run out. They needed a wicket, they've got it now. So they've broken the partnership, and that's a good partnership in fact for BBK partnerships. And that's something that they will rue the fact that run out picked up a wicket for them. So Vyas, the captain, comes out to bat. But Nipun Karuratne is on strike. So now Dinusha completed 3 overs, none for 10 in his figures. So the field being set of a slip in place, short fine leg, the backward point, a point, sweeper cover, extra cover, and long off on the outside. Onside, short fine leg, deep mid wicket on the boundary, and deep mid on. Nicely played. Sweeper, long way to go. Coming back for 2. Return on its way. Batsmen are safe. Well fielded. The ball was turning very quickly. Now the good stop again at point. Going for the cut shot, beaten outside the line of off stump. The wicketkeeper was interested in that for a moment. Not outside the umpire as well, but he knew that there was no touch in that. Right, 23 overs completed. And BBK partnerships are 86 for the loss of 4 wickets. So there we are. That's the batting card and the partnerships as well of BBK partnerships. Dick Weller was disappointing again today, just 7. Sarangan made 1. Shamun Nathan, the top scorer so far, 36 of 60 balls. Santosh Gunsilaka out for 2. Nipun Karunaka not out 24, and Vyas, the new man, in. So 5 batsmen to come in. 16 extras in the total. So now Dinusha to continue from the far end. That's the Hadlock Sports Club grounds end. So 114 required of 162 balls. 6 wickets in hand. That's the equation that BBK partnerships has. And for CDB, they need to pick up 6 wickets. Worked away on the onside by Vyas. He's off the mark with a single. Down the track, trying to drive on the offside, didn't quite get hold of it. Lucky got some bat to that, because otherwise the wicketkeeper was waiting right behind the stumps to knock the bails off. So now Dinusha into his fourth over, none for 11 his figures. Nipun Karunaratne on 24 of 58 balls. Again used the feet, but drives straight back to the bowler. And of a good over, just the one run coming off that Sonal Dinusha over. So 24 overs completed, and BBK partnerships are 87 for 4. So looking at the bowling figures as well for CDB, Tarinder Ratnak has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 18 his figures. Pramod Madhushan, the captain, also has turned his arm over, and drinks coming on the field as well. So Madhushan 4 overs, 2 for 20. Nipun Dhananjay has bowled 4 overs, none for 10. Isita Vijayasundara 3 overs, none for 12. Lairu Madhushankar 3 overs, none for 8. And so now Dinusha 4 overs, none for 11. The follow wickets 8, 8, 11. That's when there was big trouble for BBK partnerships, and then that partnership between Sarjan Shamunathan and also Vijay Ratna took them up to 84 when Sarjan Shamunathan was run out. So 73 run partnership came to an end there at 84 for 4. And the target for BBK partnerships is 200 to win. There we are. That's in the air. The first wicket to go. Straightforward catch. A short ball again. Turn round the corner. Another easy catch being taken. Play and the edge. Wicket keeper does the rest. And that's the run out that came in. Look at that. Shamunathan well short of his ground. Even the diving effort couldn't save him. So match summary. CDB A put into bat today by BBK partnership. Bowled out for 199 in 36.3 overs. Nipun Dhananjay top score 39. Sonal Dinusha made 38. Lasit Kruspuri made 31. V.S. Kant 4 for 27. Outstanding figures again of 7.3 overs. Edward Nathan 3 for 53. And Krishnaram picked up 2 for 16 of 3 overs. And look at the BBK partnerships, 87 for 4, 24 overs. Shamunathan 36 of 60. Nipun Karunarak is there on 24 not out of 60 balls. Niroshan Dikwela made 7 of 8. And Pramod Madhushan took 2 wickets of 20. Tarinder Ratnak 1 for 18. And Nipun Dhananjay none for 10 from his 4 overs. If you missed out on earlier commentary as well, just to give you an update of what has gone on at the MCA grounds. Well, that game was finished in the morning itself between Haleys and Melbourne. Haleys made 106 all out in 26 overs, and Melbourne 107 for 5 in 25.1 overs. So that match was over before lunch, in fact, at the MCA grounds. And at the Thurston grounds, Fairfirst Insurance made 375 for 7 in 50 overs. And then HNBA were 24 for 1 after 4 overs. That was some time ago. So Mudid Lakshan coming on to bowl. VS Kant is on strike. He's on 1. Mudid Lakshan, 78 matches. This bowling figure 6 for 34. He's got some pedigree. 3 wickets 12 times. Play gently on the onside. Single being taken. This is good tactics by VS Kant and Nipun Karuratne. They play the ball to the fielder who's feeling fairly deep, and they set off for the single. They complete it quite comfortably. That's good running between the wickets, setting the example to the other batsmen as well. Pull the bottom arm off is Karunaratne. Fear that the ball might bounce in excess. Nice played away on the onside. They'll pick up easy single. Played away, cracked away towards point region, no chance of a run. 111 required of 152 balls, 7 of 6 wickets in hand. Well played, but straight towards extra cover. No chance of a run. Over completed, 25 completed. We are at the halfway stage. And BBK partnerships are 89 for 4 after 25 overs.
That's the target. Currently, BBK partnerships are chasing down. 111 runs required of 150 deliveries. Well, they got that prize wicket of Shanmuganathan. He was run out, unfortunately. That has been screamed through the cover region, but very well fielded by the mid-off man. Just the 1 run. Now, since the fall of that wicket, things have slowed down. The run rate has come down. This is what a wicket could do. And that is exactly what CDB wanted as well. Pack offside field. With a point catching extra cover. 2 covers, in fact, a cover and an extra cover. That has been cut, and cut well. Down to third man, but very, very well fielded. Good commitment. Diving towards his left. Saving a certain boundary. That was short, asking to be hit. Very good commitment down there at the third man boundary. Just the 2 runs. Sonal Dinusha, he has been good today. He has kept things very, very simple. Well, it's pretty simple requirement at the moment. They need to keep milking these singles. Try and build up another partnership. Vijaykanth vs Kant, he's the skipper. He needs to be playing a responsible innings as well. Surely can't throw away his wicket. Nipun Karunanayak has been out there for 63 deliveries and just 26 runs. Now that tells you a story how hard it is to bat out here in this surface. It's slowing down, especially during the morning session. There was a bit of assistance for the batters, probably during the first 10 overs. But since then, it has been tough running. Four runs coming off that. 26 done, 93 for 4. Sarujan Sanmugnathan, that's the prize wicket I'm talking about. He was run out unfortunately, but what a fantastic effort that was by the skipper, Lahiru Madhushankar. I was talking about how they could grab a wicket. They need a prize wicket. They need to put that extra effort. But that effort from Lahiru Madhushankar, that was one good effort. Pick up and throw, direct hit. Mudita Lakshan into his second over. Quick run taken. Lahiru Madhushankar once again trying his luck out there. This time fails to hit the stumps. I'm not very sure whether you need to try and take on Lahiru Madhushankar one more time. They can't afford to lose another wicket, especially by a run out. Not for sure. That was very close. The batter was surely gone. If that had hit the stumps, he was gone by all means. Oh, that was a close call. Caught on bold chance. Mudita Lakshan almost had his man. What a moment it would have been if they could grab the wicket of Nipun Karunanayak. Look at that. Just bouncing in front of him. Very close. Bounce. Surely hitting one of those patches out there. Drives down the ground. There is protection. 105 more runs required of 139. Well, the wicket keeper indicating to the umpire probably there's a little bit of dust coming out of the surface as it's breaking down this evening session. There you go. That is absolutely huge turn. Really don't understand from there that kind of turn did come out. The life is going to get harder and harder for the batters. 27 overs done, 95 for 4. Two wickets for Pramod Madhushan. Thanindra Ratnayaka grabbing the one wicket. Just 11 runs partnership here after that. Wonderful partnership of 73 runs for the fourth wicket. Here's a quick look at that last delivery. Look at the turn. Keep an eye on that. That is huge turn and the ball keeping low. that's a classic example of how the service has been breaking down. As batters, you would find it really hard when the service is offering that kind of uneven bounce and sudden turn. At the moment, these two spinners from both ends have been doing a pretty decent job. They have managed to slow things down. The scoring rate has come down. It hasn't been easy as it used to be about 30 minutes back. Couple of steps down the ground. Just the one run. Vijaykanth, Viyaskant, the skipper, trying to rotate the strike, which is what is required at this moment. Quick single. Good running. Good communication between the two batters. That kept low. That really kept low. Lucky escape of Viyaskant. That missed everything. That was inches away from that off stump. There you go. Straight on with the arm. Could have been easily crashed on. That kept low again. Well, this is trouble for the batters. Life is getting tougher and tougher. Every delivery. Once again, we could see the wicket keeper indicating to the umpire about that area on the surface. Nipun Karunanak, he's the key wicket, 29 of 70. He needs to anchor the innings. Now, if you're a batter, this is the dangerous end against the spinners, especially because of those rough patches and the cracks which were visible. You will have that one-out delivery which might come off one of those patches or those popped out cracks. Down the ground, straight as an arrow. One bounce into the fence for 4 runs. Nipun Karunanak, realizing that staying inside the crease is going to be dangerous, he decides to meet the bowler halfway through. Lovely flow of the arms. Safe shot. Welcome boundary to break the shackles. 100 up for BBK partnerships. 102 for 4 at the moment. Required run rate 4.5 at the moment. Touch around that, which is gettable. 4.56 in fact. Quicker. With the Lakshan firing it in this time. Probably might have been expecting Nipun Karunanak to come down the track again. One more run. 5 runs coming off this over so far. Once again, a decent partnership between these two batters. Well, that turn and bounce once again. Good over 5 runs for BBK. 29 overs done. 103 for 4. Here's a quick look at that again. Huge turn and huge bounce. Well, trying to play off the front foot. Getting hit on the back arms. Fingers might have surely hurt Vijaykanth.
Hello. नहीं कमेंट्री की डिमांड करना हार्टी डालिए ओके बाय
19-run partnership for the 5th wicket so far between the skipper and Nipun Karunanayaka. Right, it's time for a change in bowling. Pramod Lakshan. Good one to start off with. The successful bowler so far, Pramod Madhushankar, 2 for 20 of his 4 overs. He has been very economical. He has been attacking the batters from the word go. Very disciplined with his line and lengths. Got a bit of early movement. For the first time, we did witness that from a fast bowler. Bringing his all experience to this game at a very crucial stage. The CDB would love to have another wicket. Good fielding. Well, CDB fielders, they have really supported the bowlers. They've been on their toes, grabbed those balls inside the circle, running down the wickets. The body language looks very positive. That is what is important. They shouldn't give up until the very last delivery. They have 97 runs to play with. Might have brushed the pads on the way of Nipun Karunanayaka. In fact, looks like it might have taken the inside edge of the bat. That was a close chance. This is the wicket they would want to have at this point. Slow one. In line this time. Smart bowling by Pramod Madhushan. He has been wonderful so far. Yet to give away a run in this over. What an over it has been so far. 5 dot deliveries on the trot against Nipun Karunanayaka. He has been batting very, very slow. I need to tell you that. 34 of 80 deliveries. Well, he has played an important hand, but the gap between the balls and the required runs, it has come down to 34. That is something they might need to keep an eye on. Maiden over. The very first maiden over of this game. What an effort that has been by Pramod Madhushank. 30 overs done. Ran 3 for 4.
So BBK partnership 103 for 4 after 30 overs. The target is 200 and the 97 runs. They got 20 overs to get there and 6 wickets in hand. Mudit Lakshan into his fourth over, none for 9 his figures. V.S. Kant on 7 of 16 deliveries. On the pad, but down the leg side, certainly there's no chance of an LBW on that. As V.S. Kant had moved his left leg outside the line of leg stump. Take a look at that. There it goes. Again, a big shout. Umpire not interested. Perhaps saying it's down the leg side again. V.S. Khan trying to pull it on the on side. Let's take a look at what happened there. Played nicely. Down towards the deep mid wicket for a single. You've got to be careful, particularly when you're batting on that side. On the Havelock Sports Club side, we find the odd ball is jumping up. The odd one you keep low. It will give the batsman a few surprises there, especially when the spinners are in operation. So Nipun Karun Ratna, he's on strike. He's on 34. He's batted well. Down the track, but plays defensively. In fact, the last game as well, Nipun Karun Ratna was not out at the end. When the BBK partnership were bowled out for 123. Adjustments the field. Short third man, extra cover. Sweeper along with the deep mid-off. Flicked on the onside, but no chance of a run. There's a mid-wicket doing the fielding there. End of the over. So 31 overs completed. And we have BBK partnership on 104 for 4. (96 of 114 balls). 6 wickets in the bag as well for BBK partnerships. And this is match number 4 of the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. On any given day, 3 matches being played, 6 teams in the fray for this 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. All games are 50 overs. So Pramod Madhushank to operate, and V.S. Khan is on strike. He's on 8 of 20 balls. Nice play on the onside. Long chase, a deep mid wicket. He'll get there just in time. The batsmen come back for 2. Plenty of gaps on the onside. In fact, there's no close in fielder. There's a fine leg, deep mid wicket to the boundary and a deep mid on. That entire area on the on side is so vacant. So Vyaskanth has problem with his gloves, redoing that. It's now ready. So Vyaskanth on to double figures on 10 of 21. Drives again, but perhaps an edge on the bat, running down towards fine leg. They'll pick up a single for that. So one more to Vyaskanth, takes him on to 11. 107 for 4. BBK partnerships. 200 is the target. They're going at 3.41 runs and over. They need 93 runs of 112 balls. 6 wickets in the bag at the moment for BBK partnership. CDB put into bat today, made 199 all out in 36.3 overs. Lofted on the onside, dropped that mid-on. That should have been taken. That was a straightforward chance, in fact, to the mid-on fielder. Perhaps he got his hands to it. Take a look at it, what really happened. There we go. Oh, it bounced in front of him. For a moment, it thought that he carried to him. Yep, so not a chance, just bounced in front of him. Nipun Karunaratne, 34 of 85. It's a bit of respite for the players. The hot sun has gone behind some clouds. No dark clouds, but the white clouds. Perhaps the comfort levels will be much better for the players now. As the time reads 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Sri Lanka. And we're watching this game live. We hope you're enjoying the coverage of all the action of these Mercantile Cricket Association games. Lots of Sri Lankan players and fringe players also in these games. Turned around the corner. Easy single. So Vyaskanth on strike once again, on 11 of 22. Nipun Karunaratne moves to 35 of 86. Short, going with the pull shot, edge down to his third man. Lucky did not carry, in fact. Was he hit on the helmet? Let's wait and see. The umpire is having a chat. Where did it go? Yes, he hit the helmet as well. So there'll be the protocols in place now. The over has been called as well. So the umpire thinks that Vyaskanth has no problems at all. So 32 overs completed. It's 108 for 4 BBK partnerships. So Tarin Duratnaik has come back into attack. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 18 his figures. Opened the bowling, in fact, for CDB. So Nipun Karunaratne on strike, a slip in place. Drives nicely to sweeper for a single. Now the required rate has climbed to over 5.11. Even 5.11 is not a rate that they should worry about. It's when it goes to over 7 is that when teams start to worry about the run rate. They require 91 runs from 107 balls. That's the runs to balls ratio. And 6 wickets in hand for BBK partnership. Lofted, that's a big one. Gone a long way. Well, over the fielder's head. Umpire's waiting for the call. It says 4. The field on the boundary, he was a couple of steps inside. He was trying to move back and keep his eyes on the ball and put his hands up. This is what really happened in that last shot. Look at that from Viaskant. Where is the fielder? He's running back now. Couldn't get his hands to it. Bails off in a flash. Asks the question from the square leg umpire. Says not out. Viaskant living dangerously. Trying to work that on the offside. He's on to 15 of 24. The total is 113 for 4. We're in the 33rd over. So after one more over, the fielding captain will decide which of the 2 balls they will use up to the 50th if the game goes to the 50th. Defensively forward from Viaskant. One for 23. Sarindu Ratnayaka, 6.4 overs. Going for the reverse hit, doesn't make contact. That's a shot you need to practice all the time. You can't come out to a match and play a shot like that unless you have practiced it quite a bit. Master the art of playing that shot. Down the track again, drives on the offside, straight to extra cover, no chance of a run. Over call from the umpires, so 33 overs completed, and BBK partnerships are 113 for the loss of 4 wickets. (87 of 102 balls, the equation. Current rate 3.42, they require 5.12 from this stage onwards. Nipun Karunaratne on 36 of 87 balls. This is the Vijay Sundara. He's bowled 3 overs, done for 12 to come back to bowl his 4th over. So back to the medium pacers is CDB. Digs it out outside the line of off stump, straight to backward point. So you got the backward point in place along with an extra cover. A mid-off. And on the onside, you got the mid-wicket, mid-on, a deep backward square leg on the boundary. Chop down. Viaskant wants one. Karunaratne says no. So sun has come out. Hiding behind a cloud a little while ago, but now in full cry outside. Okay, nice to play it down towards third man region. The fielder won't get there. That's into the boundary for 4. Very useful runs for BBK partnerships. And well played from Nipun Karunaratne. Moves on to 40. Had the width as well. And Karunaratne made full use of that. Just helped it on its way past that backward point, and the third man fielded to the boundary. Anything that passes the fielder is certainly going to hit the boundary because the outfields are so fast these days. There's been no rain in these parts of the world for some time. Sometimes you have the odd shower, but they're very light showers, unable to make any impression on the grounds. So 83 of 99 balls, the equation. So Isita Vijayasundara, none for 16 from his 3.4 overs so far. So CDB, they've got 3 quick bowlers, and they've got 4 spinners also in their ranks. Playing a miss out to the line of off stump. Trying to guide it down to third man. Was not successful. Flicked on the onside, straight to mid-on, and there's no chance of run. Ends the over. 34 completed. It's 117 for 4, and now the umpires will have both balls with them. The fielding captain will be called by the umpires to decide which ball he wants to make use of. He's now checking the balls, in fact. So one ball will be thrown back to the pavilion, the other kept with the umpire. So he's made the pick as to which ball he's going to use for the next 16 overs if the game goes on so long. So Tarindra Ratnayaka will continue from the Park Road end. He's about 7 overs, 1 for 23 his figures. Yaskant is on strike, he's on 15 of 28 balls. Current run rate is 3.44. Required rate is 5.19. Drives it out on the onside towards long on. He'll pick up 1 for that. He's off strike, so brings Nipun Karunaratne on strike. 118 for 4. (82 of 95 balls, the equation, with 6 wickets in hand for BBK partnership. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Plays the soft hands on the offside. Looking for 1 is Karunaratne, but Biaskant is not interested. The non-strike is in. A slip in place. There's a man at backward point, a point. Wide mid-off and a long off on the offside. Nice to play the way on the onside. Only looking for 1, that's all they'll get. picked up about 10 meters inside the boundary, so the batsman crossed for one. Viaskant goes big. That's really big. That's out of the grounds. In fact, on the roof of where we are sitting at the moment. What a strike that was. 6 runs. Well, that was really big from Viaskant. Takes him on to 22. And the total moves up to 125 for the loss of 4 wickets. Pulled again on the onside. Fielder comes in, drops the catch. Perhaps he got his hands free for a moment, but couldn't hold on. Bit of a fumble after that. So they pick up a single as well. We'll look at that because that is an interesting bit of fielding. It was pulled on the onside by Viaskant. The fielder ran in, perhaps got his hands to it. Let's take a look at what really happened. This is what really happened. He pulls it on the onside, Viaskant. And there comes the fielder in from the boundary. Couldn't hold on to it. It drops out of his hand. And that's the end of the 35th over. 35 overs completed. And BBK partnerships are 126 for 4.
It has been a good battle between the bat and ball so far. Nice little partnership building up here for the 5th wicket between the skipper Vijayakanth and Nipun Karunanayaka. The 4th wicket went down when the total was at 84. At the moment the total is at 126. That's a partnership of 42 runs for the 5th wicket. Viaskant in the previous over, he did show intentions of going after the bowling. Another quick single taken. Well, at the moment, these two batters, they look quite comfortable. Nipun Karunanayaka, he has taken his very own time. 41 of 96 deliveries, but the important fact is that he has anchored the innings. When wickets were tumbling round, he has stood steady there and made sure that he is anchoring the ship. He's cruising along well. The important fact is he needs to be out there until the very last ball. He can't throw away his wicket at this point for sure. Well, the required run rate has creeped up almost up to the 5-run mark. 4.98 the required run rate. Viaskant giving a bit of advice. 73 of 88. Now, the gap between the number of balls and the required runs have come down to 15. Now, this will be very interesting, especially after the 40th over or so, when the required number of runs and the balls available, when it becomes equal and when it starts going down, that will be tough for the batters. Probably Viaskant advising his batting partner to try and rotate the strike as much as possible. Don't play too many dot deliveries. V.S. Kant, he has played a handy hand here with the bat. 24 of 32. Crucial knock, especially after that run out of Shanmuganathan. Drives down the ground, looking for a quick. Oh, cool. That was very close. Well, good that Isitha Vijay Sundara had a good presence of mind, because that throw, if it had come straight, it would have been very dangerous for Isitha Vijay Sundara. It might have hit his face, in fact. Look at that. He went up on time. Just on time. Well, the last thing that is required for BBK partnership is a run out. Should be a couple of runs. Nicely placed by V.S. Kant. He has been growing in confidence, especially during the last 10 to 15 deliveries. He has shown clear intentions of going after the bowling as well. Shot, pulled, one bounce into the boundary for 4 runs. V.S. Khan, he is taking the attack on towards the bowlers. Well, that was not the ideal delivery to be bowl, having a mid-on and short mid-wicket inside the circle, outside the off stump. V.S. Khan is a tall lad. Fantastic shot. Good over. 36 gone, run 34 for 4. .50-run partnership between these two batters for the 5th wicket. Good hand by V.S. Khan. He has had a 30. Nipun Karnanayaka. He has been doing the right thing, making the singles, giving the strike to V.S. Khan, who is probably trying to go after the bowlers, trying to up the rate a little bit. And again, another quick single. At the moment, they have done a decent job rotating the strike well. since Vijay VS Kant walked out, things have turned out to be quite easy. There was a bit of lag prior to the 25th over, where things were very slow, but since Vijay Kant has got himself in, he has made sure that he's going after the bowling. 31 of 36. That's a good hand. Well, misses the wicket keeper. That runs down to the fine leg boundary. 5 wides. These are very valuable runs for BBK. You can't ask for better. 5 runs added to the total. That was fired in by the bowler. Sharp turn. Too much of bounce, I feel, for the wicket keeper himself. Well, that one goes straight on. This is the problem. It's very hard for the batters. It's been a tricky surface so far. Very hard to bat on. Short third man has been brought into place. We do have a short fine leg as well. Very, very close. Very close. We need to have a look at that again. That spun sharply. Very watchful Nipun Karunanayaka. 6 runs coming off that over. 37 done. 141 for 4. Looks like we'll have a bowling change. Lahiru Madhushanka, the skipper himself. Probably thinking of trying his luck out here. 5 overs, in fact 3 overs, just the 8 runs given away. He has been very disciplined with his bowling. Slow one to start off with. Very good bowling, very good thinking. 59 of 77. Down the track, trying for something fancy, but Vijay Kant, he needs to be careful. The mid-off is inside the circle, and that is where he might have been eyeing himself on to go after the mid-off fielder. But he shouldn't be throwing his wicket away at this point. It has been a very decent partnership, because if we have another batter who might come in right now, he's surely going to find it very hard to get used to the surface. Kind of a flick of a wrist. Nicely done. He looks very comfortable out there. There you go. Showing a little bit of what he was doing. Nipun Karnanayaka, on the other hand, 43 of 103 deliveries. An innings played with pure patience. Well, finally comes inside the circle. The deep mid-wicket fielder goes out. Mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. A short delivery coming, I guess. In fact, a slower delivery. Well, that was very, very smart from Lahiru Madhushankar. He sent out the deep mid-wicket fielder. Probably trying to give that signal to the batter. There may be a short delivery coming, but he thought the other way around. Pulled a slower delivery. Invited the batter to go downtown with mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Nipun Karnanayaka made sure that he placed it right behind the bowler. And again a slow one. That would be something ideal he could try out with V.S. Kant when he's on strike, probably, because Nipun Karnanayaka, looking at how he has been batting out there, he hardly might go against Lahiru Madhushankar because he doesn't seem to be giving away his wicket cheaply. But on the other hand, if you could try this out with V.S. Kant, he might try to go downtown and miscue one shot. Well, mid-off goes back to the boundary. Third man has come inside the circle. Very nicely done by Nipun Karnanayaka. Handled with care. 38 done. 145 for 4. Twelve overs left in day's play. We have come down to a point where things might turn out to be very interesting, especially during the next hour of play. The winner will be decided pretty soon. Just the 4 boundaries. Once again, turn and bounce. Nipun Karunanayake. I'm not very sure if that's the ideal shot he needs to be playing at this point. He has been in there for some time. Well, that's what is required. Just milk the singles, because the gap between the balls and the required number of runs are still well within reach. Ball him. Well, that's the breakthrough. Mudita Lakshan provides it for CDB. Not an ideal shot from VS Khan. Trying to come down the track. Misses it altogether. Castled him. He got caught in no man's land. Well, finally the partnership being broken. A healthy partnership of 62 runs. VS Khan, he departs for 32 as the umpires have called for drinks. It's 1 for 6 for 5. We are back live after the drinks break. 146 for 5. CDB, they've got the breakthrough they wanted. Edward Dilakshan. Good average, decent average. Off the mark with a single. 53 required of 67 deliveries. It's going to be a good battle between the bat and pad. good over for CDB. 3 runs and a wicket. 39 overs done. 148 for 5. Lahiru Madhushanka will continue with his pace. Well, Nipun Karunanayaka now, he will have a huge responsibility, especially after losing the wicket of V.S. Kant. He needs to try and take the team over the line. He needs to be out there. Edward Nathan, he will have to support Nipun Karunanayaka now. Nipun will have to try and take the strike as much as possible. Try and help the team to get over the line. V.S. Kant, he tried one shot too many. As the evening is closing down here at the Colombo City, both the teams would love to take a win home. If you're just joining us, this is the MCA Super Premier League sponsored by Singer, happening for the second day here in Colombo. 3 days happening per day, and this is the game between CDB and BBK partnerships happening at the Colombo Coles Cricket Grounds. BBK partnership winning the toss, deciding to bowl first on this tricky surface, did manage to bowl out CDB for 199. In reply, BBK partnerships chasing down a total of 200 runs are currently 149 for 5. 51 more runs required of the remaining 62 deliveries. It has been a very tough surface to bat on. As the day has progressed, the track has been slowing down a lot. Classic shot. Beautiful flow through the arms. Over mid-off. 4 runs for Edward. That is a welcome boundary to break the shackles. Full outside the off stump. High elbows. A bit of pause for the cameraman. Fantastic shot. Well, if Edward could play these kind of shots, well, Nipun might feel better. Nicely done. Beautifully done. 6 runs coming off that over. 40 overs done. 154 for 5.
So 46 of 60 balls needed by BBK partnership. Very gettable for them. They got 5 wickets in hand. They've done extremely well to reach 154 for 5 in 40 overs. So Mujid Lakshan will bowl his 7th over. 1 for 20 is figures, the left arm spinner on the Park Road end. Edward on strike. That's the one end that batsmen have to be really careful. We see the ball bouncing a bit more, turns as well. They got a slip in place. So Nipun Karunaratne, he's on 49 of 112 balls. He's batted superbly, held his innings together. Others have batted around him, like in the same last match as well. He was not out in the end. Nicely played on the up, making room for himself down the leg side. Edward picks up 1 more runs. So runs can come in singles as well. The odd boundary will come in. We saw Edward pick up a boundary in that last over, hitting it over the top on the offside, over the head of the mid-off fielder. So Nipun Karunaratne, 49 of 112 balls, 4 boundaries. Flicked on the onside. That's his 50. Well played to Nipun Karunaratne. 50 of 113 balls. So his partner also congratulates him. It's well played indeed by Karunaratne. Again making room for himself down the leg side is Edward, but straight to the fielder this time. Couldn't get the gap. Going for a big heave. Appeal again. Not out, says the umpire. Mujid Lakshan disappointed. He finishes the 7th over. 1 for 22 his figures. 41 completed. And BBK partnership of 156 for 5. So there's the partnership and the batting card for BBK partnership. Dick Weller disappointing day again, made 7. Saranganna made 1. Sarujan Shamunathan batted well, he made 36. Unfortunately, run out. Santosh Gunaselekar also disappointing, made just 2. V.S. Kant batted well, the captain, 32 of 40. So Pramod Madhushankar to continue from the far end, his 7th over, 2 for 24 his figures. They think that perhaps the quick bowler can pick up a wicket quickly here. Field is well spread. They got the 3rd man in place. The backward point, sweeper cover, extra cover, and the long off on the offside. On the onside, a deep mid-wicket. A mid-wicket and a long mid-on. Nice flicked away by Karunaratne. He picks up 1 more run. .43 required of 53 balls. That's the equation for BBK partnerships. They've really done well. Can they hold their nerve to pull this off against the CDB, who won their first match? BBK lost their first match. CDB star-studded side. Lots of Sri Lankan players and fringe players as well. So another change in the field. The man at mid-wicket been dropped to a deep mid-wicket at the moment near the boundary. Thinking that Edward might go for a big heave on the onside. Nicely played. Short ball outside the line of off stump. Clips it down to its backward point. They pick up a single. Backward point was a fielding, perhaps in the 30-yard circle. Now the man on the offside moving to the on. They're having a short third man, a third man, a sweeper cover, extra cover in the deep mid-off on the offside. Nipun Karunaratne on strike. Plays out on the offside. The backward point fielded is the fielding. $158 for 5. 42 runs required of 51 balls. 5 wickets in hand. That's the equation for BBK partnership. They bowled extremely well when they won the toss and invited CDB to bat. They bowled them off 199 in 36.3 overs with all those star-studded players in the CDB ranks. Driven on the offside. Deep mid-off will do the fielding, but the batsman will cross a 1. In fact, when CDB batted, none of the batsmen got to even 40. They were all in their 30s. They got starts, but couldn't really go on. So Nipun Karunaratne becomes the highest scorer so far in this match, 52 of 116 balls. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. The target for BBK partnership, 200 to win. 159 for 5. Played away on the onside again. Another single. Easy single being taken. So his batsmen prefer to do it in singles. Perhaps the odd boundary might come, or the 2. The main thing for BBK partnership is keep wickets in hand. That's their most important outlook at the moment. To keep wickets in hand. Short. Nicely played down towards third man. They'll pick up one more run. It's past that man at that short backward point. So ends the over. 42 completed. And BBK partnership are 161 for 5. Pramod Badushankar's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 29. So Edward on 9, Nipun Karunaratne on 53. For the 39 runs required from the 8 overs left in this inning. So Nipun Karunaratne, 53 of 115. Just take a look at some of the shots he's played. Nicely played away, back to the point that time. He's in good form. In fact, he's carrying that good form out today as well. Down the track, drives on the onside. Mid-on has deep mid-on has no chance. Again opens the face of the bat. Third man, no way he can get there. Worked on the onside by Karunaratne. That's how we got to his 50 in fact. So Mudit Lakshan into his 8th over. Again, lots of gaps on the onside. Deep mid-wicket has a long run in from the boundary to do the fielding. So anything played on the onside, there's so much of space to pick up a single or make those ones into twos. And now, with the right hander on strike, very similar field to the right hand as well. The 3 boundary riders. Deep backward square on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, long on, and also the short fine leg. On the offside, that short third man, backward point, a sweeper cover, extra cover, and a long off. Nice flicked away again on the onside. The moment to play on the onside, they're taking singles, but they could look to take twos, put the pressure on the fielder. But they so decide to take singles. I suppose he keeps the scoreboard moving anyway. So now 37 runs required of 44 balls. And now a man comes on the onside, perhaps to block that area, coming towards mid-wicket. In fact, this is now the left hand on strike. So they got extra cover in place. Down the track, lofted, hit hard and high. That's going out of the grounds. Where has it gone? Into the car park. Well, what a great shot that is from Nipun Karunaratne. Picks up 6 for that. Just what the doctor ordered for BBK partnership. Takes them to 169. So 31 required of 43 balls. Nipun Karunaratne, what a great shot that was. Full face to the bat. The timing was excellent. So Mudit Lakshan coming in for some stick. He's into his 8th over. 7.5 overs, 1 for 30. Karunaratne moves on to 30 of 121. Outside the line of off stump, he shoulders arms, expecting the wide call from the umpire, not to be. That ends the over. 43 completed, and there we are with BBK partnership on 169 for 5. So 31 of 42 balls. The equation seems very simple indeed for BBK partnership. They've got 5 wickets in hand. But they'll have to bat well, because don't forget that CDB playing a cracker team, in fact. Sri Lankan players and those on the fringe as well to play Sri Lanka. They're all in the team of CDB. Their batting failed today when they were put into bat by BBK partnership, and they bowled out for 199 in 36.3 overs, setting BBK partnership 200 to win. They went to lunch at 30 for 3 after 7 overs. The chips were down, but after lunch things turned around. Pramod Madhushankar. Short down the leg side. Gets away with that. For a moment I thought it would be called a wide, but nope, umpire didn't call it. So Edward is on strike. Very short. So Madhushankar, 2 for 29 his figures so far. Pulled away on the onside. Long chaser, deep mid-wicket. He gets there, and the batsman won't settle for 1. They should be looking for 2 to put the pressure on the fielder. That was well played by Edward. They should have been looking for 2. Take that first run as hard as possible. When you're coming down to these moments when runs are needed. So 30 required of 40 balls for BBK partnership. Good comeback from them. In their first game that they played against Haley's a couple of days ago. Fared barely. Haley's beat them by 86 runs. Haley's made 209 for 8. And BBK partnerships are bowled for 123 in 32.5 overs. So they've got over that hurdle. They're now in the 44th over. Nipun Karunaratne on strike. So Pramod Madhushankar decides to come right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Shot pulled away on the onside, but didn't quite get hold of it. The ball runs out towards that mid-wicket position. So Nipun Karunaratne will have to do something special with his bat today to pull BBK partnership into a winning situation here at the Colts Cricket Club grounds. And Karunaratne ducks under that. One shot for the over. That's what the umpire says. So anxious people in the middle. We look at that, how it flew over the batsman's head, in fact. Even if he's standing upright, I'm pretty sure it will be over his head. Pulls his fine leg in to the 30-yard circle. And also the third man is brought in. No, he's now been dropped back. The deep mid wicket also being brought in. Deep mid wicket comes to a regulation mid wicket position. And pushed out towards mid wicket. There were so many gaps in that area, the previous delivery, that has been blocked out. So no chance of a run there. This match could go down to the wire, more or less. Trying to cut it down to third man, doesn't get hold of it. The wicket keeper gets a glove to it. That's the end of the over as well. So there we are, 44 overs completed. BBK partnership 170 for 5. They require further 30 runs of 6 overs to win. We'll look at that last one. He chops it down. And the wicket keeper collects it. Nipun Karunaratne is on 60 for 126. There's the equation, 30 of 36 required. Getting closer and closer. So CDB perhaps in with a chance at the moment if they can bowl a few more dot balls and put pressure on the batsman. In the meantime, BBK partnership. They have Nipun Karunaratne, who's batted superbly for his 60. And Edward is on 11. Change the bowling as Tarindu Ratnayaka comes on to bowl his 9th over. He figures 8 overs, 1 for 32. He opened the bowling this afternoon. And can he use some magic to pick up another wicket here? Let's wait and see. Absolute ding-dong battle going on in the middle. So Edward is on strike. Driven powerfully on the onside. Deep mid wicket running in, do the fielding, just single, collected and returned to the wicket keeper. So brings Nipun Karunaratne on strike. He'll be the main man to get these runs for BBK partnership. The left-hander is batted superbly today. He's got good temperament as well when wickets have been falling round him. He's not taken that very seriously but played a great innings for his team. Well played, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third man. Fielder is after it. Will he get there? No, he won't get there. That will be 4. Useful runs indeed for BBK partnership. That's very nicely played by Nipun Karunaratne. Takes him to 64, total up to 175 for 5. Just 25 runs away now to win. And look at that. Excellent work. Opens the face of the bat, uses the pace of the ball to run it down to third man. Defensive this time. So 25 runs required of 33 balls. They got 5 wickets in hand. Worked when the onside, all the gaps on the onside, the bowler is after it to get it, so they'll pick up a single. 176 for 5 after 44.4 overs. Edward on 12. He's on strike, the right-hander. Going for the pull shot. Given out LBW. That's another big wicket for CDB. Playing across the line was Edward this time. No question in the umpire's mind. The finger came up straight away. So Edward departs to 12. Looking at that, what really happened there. There we go. Very straight delivery. There was no doubt about that. Well, this is where the problems come in. When you play across the line and you get wrapped on the pad. Edward Nathan out for 12 of 17 balls. He had one boundary in that knock. Perhaps he could have batted with Karunaratne to take them to victory, but not to be. So it's 176 or 6 after 44.5 overs. 24 required of 31 balls. Still very gettable. And it'll be Nipun Karunaratne who will have to do the honours to get them to victory. So Tarindra Ratnaka picks up his second wicket, 2 for 38 after 8.5 overs. So the change, the bowling really brought the wicket on. There's the last wicket, the LBW. Pretty straight delivery, there's no doubt about that. Straightforward decision for the umpire as well. Again wrapped on the pad. Again a question being asked. Was it missing the stumps? Tarindra Ratnaka can't believe it. The over is completed. 45 overs completed. And there we are with BBK partnership 176 for 6. Requiring for the 24 runs to win for 30 balls.
Right, that's the equation required. 24 required of 30 deliveries. This game going down to the wire, especially after that last wicket of Nathan. Nipun Karunanayaka, what a hand he has been playing out there today. 65 of 129 deliveries. An innings played with full of patience. Well, that's a single added to the total. Well, I have a fun fact for the viewers who are joined with us. I was having a chat with the BBK team manager, Arul Moli. He's one of my best friends. And he gave me a fun fact about this player from the BBK partnership, Tony Gregg. So there is a huge family story behind his name. And he'd have 3 brothers in his family. And most interestingly, the 3 brothers, one of them are Don Bradman, the other one is Larry Gomez, and the third brother is Steve Waugh. Well, that's an interesting fun fact. So that's the story behind his name being Tony Gregg. And to add a little bit more spice to that, he does have 2 more cousin brothers. One Brett Lee and another one Brian Lara. As we speak about the names, that has been hammered through extra cover for 4 runs. What a fantastic shot that was by Ranjit Kumar. Welcome boundary. At the moment, BBK partnerships, they are running away with this game. Talking about all the fun facts, the win for BBK partnership here is the most important fact. This time should be at least couple of runs. No, Turned down by Nipun Karnanayaka very wisely. They don't want to lose another wicket. Well, that's a happy family of Tony Gregg. Full of cricketing names. Should be really fun to be addressing the brothers and the cousins at home. They're inching towards the winning point here. Just 18 runs required of 25 deliveries. Should be a walk in the park. Quick run, risky run, but well done. Good communication between the two batters. 7 runs coming off the 46th over. 183 for 6. One more fun fact to add to that Tony Gregg's family. Well, the mother, she has the best name out of the lot. I'll let you guess that, and I'll come back to you after this delivery. That's a quick single taken. Well, the mother of Tony Gregg, she's Lata Mangeshkar. Well, what a family that is. Should be really fun at home. Outside edge. That's the wicket they were looking for. Ranjit Kumar departs. Well, this game is not yet finished. When it looked like that BBK might run away with this, CDB once again strikes back. Looking to work the ball towards the leg side. Gets that outside edge. Easy catch. 7th wicket down. Ranjit Kumar Newton. He departs for 5. Played a brilliant shot down to the boundary, but fails to finish the job. BBK 184 for 7. Here's a quick look at that last wicket. Price wicket for CDB. Trying to work it towards the leg side. Gets that leading outside edge. Beats the outside edge again. Krishna Sri Ram, the new batter. Well, things are getting really spiced up here at the Colombo Coast Cricket Club. Oh, that turn. That missed everyone. These are lucky runs, I'm telling you that. That'll run down to the boundary for 4 runs. 4 freebies given away for BBK partnership. Well, how unfortunate that is. Well, as a bowler, you've done everything right. And that's spun off the middle stump. You need a first slip to catch those. They might be feeling much better now. Oh, this is a mix up. Wrong end. Should have been another wicket. It's been really interesting here. That was fired in. That completes over number 47. 188 for 7. There's a quick look at the batting card. The only standout, Nipun Karunanayaka, 68 of 133. He has really anchored this innings. Well, he needs to finish things off. That's the most important fact. Well, it'll all be decided. We have 18 deliveries. Very good delivery. In line with the stumps. 11 runs away of carrying a win home. That was close, fired in. Well, this is the wicket they might try to get through. Krishna Sri Ram, the new batter, he might be feeling the tension. No run again. Things are getting really interesting here at the Colombo Moose Cricket Clouds. Nipun Karunanayaka speaking to his batting partner, give him a little bit advice. Probably requesting the strike back. That's close given. 8th wicket down. Well. Things are not going its way that it should be going for BBK partnership. CDB bowlers are currently running around with this batting card. That kept low. I need to tell you that. That hardly bounced. That kept really low. How unfortunate that was. Krishna Sri Ram makes that long walk back. Fails to score a single run of 7 deliveries. BBK partnerships falling into deep trouble. 189 for 8. Well, let's take a quick look at that last wicket. That hardly bounced. That never bounced, I need to tell you that. Unlucky for the tall batter, Krishna Sri Ram. That was probably hitting the leg stump. Easy decision for the umpire. Thijan Vidushan, the new man in. Inside edge. That will run down to the boundary. Or just stopped inside. Couple of runs added to the total. These are lucky runs. What a match it has been so far. Worth every single penny. Going down to the wire. Inside edge will be another run. But the important fact is that Nipun Karunanayaka, he'll be off strike at the start of the next over. 48 overs done. 192 for 8. Right, that's the equation. 8 runs required of 12 deliveries. It's going down to the wire, especially with the bowler on strike. Things would be really interesting. Lahiru Madhushanka and the team having a chat together. What are the plans? How are they going to defend these 8 runs? Well, Nipun Karunanayaka, he's just one shot away to get BBK partnership closer to that winning mark that is required at the moment. Thijan Vidushan, on the other hand, his job would be just to get out strike, get his senior batting partner. Nipun Karunanayaka, he has faced 134 deliveries. That's almost half of the innings. So he knows absolutely what's happening there in the middle. Well, it has been simple so far. Trying to fire it in at the pads. The strategy is clear. Very, very clear. They're looking to hit the pads of Tees and Vidushan. And again, fires it in. Pressure, pressure. What a game we have had so far. Goes for a big swing, gets the outside edge. Should be a couple of runs. Very, very valuable runs these are. Now they are a hit away. Pawan Ratnayak had slipped. For a moment he thought that he might be in the game. Goes for a big shot, gone. That's the 9th wicket down. Well, well, well. I'm not sure if that was the correct shot. That's disappointing. Absolutely disappointing. What an easy catch that was. Well, well, when you have the senior batting partner on the other end, I'm not sure whether he did the right thing. He just should have probably rotated the strike. Get his senior batting partner. Well, this is going down to the wire. CDB, they are not giving up. They're coming hard. Well, Tony Greig. Well, he has a chance of surviving things for his team. We were talking about him a few minutes back. Well, we did not think that he might come out to bat, though. Looking at the way that his teammates are batting out there. He has a role to play here. Tony Greig, I'm sure that he might be receiving the blessings of his brothers at home. Very watchful. He needs to defend one more delivery. Tony Greig. Let's have a quick look at that last wicket. Trying to go hard at it. Easy catch for the mid-wicket fielder. One more delivery. Nipun Karunanayaka. Oh, that spun off the surface. He survives. Tony Greig survives. 49 overs done. 6 more runs required to win the game. 194 for 9. Six runs required of 6 deliveries. Well, you can't ask for a better end. Tony Greig, he survived the 2 deliveries. The brothers watching from home, Don Bradman, Larry Gomez and Steve Waugh, the 3 brothers of Tony Greig might have surely blessed him to survive those 2 deliveries. Well, keeping all the fun aside, BBK partnerships, they might be having their heart in their mouth at the moment. But the only relief that they might be having is that this man, Nipun Karnanayaka, he's on strike. The lone warrior. They're making sure that the fielders are placed at the right positions. Pramod Madhushan. Loud appeal. Umpire says not out. Well, how close that was. We need to have a look at that. Straight fired inside. Looking for that big shot. Well, that was going down the leg side. No doubt about that. No arguments on that. Well, the problem that Nipun Karunanayaka would have here is he can't get off strike because he's having the number 11 batter at the other end. Long on. Deep square leg. Deep mid wicket. Down at the boundary. Well, denies the single. Denies the single. He's looking for that glory shot. That's not going to be easy against the class of Pramod Madhushan. Well, things are turning out to be really tough for the BBK partnerships. But just for a moment, imagine if Nipun Karunanayaka fails to take his team home. What a shame that would be. Being out there for 136 deliveries. He just needs that one shot. He needs to connect one. Well, loud appeal. Oh. Well, lots of stuff happening around. Lots of things happening around here. First the LBW. Then the run out. And they survive. Well, this is brilliant cricket. Keeping aside which team might take the win home today, this has been fantastic to watch for us as well up here from the comm box. That's sliding down the leg side. No doubt about that. But Nipun Karunanayaka, well, that was very close, but good decision by the umpire. With all the drama happening around, that's a tough job to concentrate. Well, Pramod Madhushan, he's using all his experience. It's very, very hard to get over him. 4 dot deliveries on the trot. 6 required of 2. Nipun Karunanayaka is feeling the pressure. He is surely feeling the pressure. This game has gone down to the wire. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This time should be 2 runs. Will they take 2 runs? Well, yes. Wrong end. Wrong end. He should have surely attacked the bowlers and that would have been a clear-cut run out. But now, they are just 1 shot away. 4 runs required. Here's a quick look at that. But what an over this has been so far. He has made sure all 5 deliveries have been bowled at the block hole. Look at that. The batter was not even in the picture. The non-striker, he would have been out by a mile. 1 ball, 4 runs. Nipun Karunanayaka, can he be the hero? Well, he misses it altogether. That's the end of the game. What a shame for Nipun Karunanayaka. Fails to take his team home. What a fantastic win for CDB. Winning by 3 runs. This has been a brilliant game today so far. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic end to this game between CDB and the BBK partnerships. But I feel for that man, Nipun Karunanayaka. He threw out his heart from the moment he walked out. He tried his level best, but he did the hard job. He ran the hard yards. Unfortunately, he was running out of partners. Well, the fall of the wicket of Vijaykanth Vyaskanth, that was key. That was surely the key wicket, because he was batting well. He shouldn't have played that shot. He shouldn't have danced down the track and get himself castle. But end of the day, we've had a full day of cricket, and these two teams have done a fantastic job. BBK partnership, surely they might be really disappointed about their performance. They did really well with the ball, managed to dismiss CDB for 199 runs. A strong batting lineup, but the bowling was fantastic. They came back to chase down this total. They were 11 for 3 at a stage prior to lunch. They came back post-lunch, 60-run partnership for the 4th wicket. Then there was a couple of wickets which went down. Then there again another 50-run partnership between Vyaskanth . Well, what an end so far we have had. Brilliant game by all means. Fantastic end for a brilliant game. CDB taking home their second win of this tournament, but unfortunate for BBK partnerships. They did lose the first game against Haleys and this game as well. Here's a quick look at the batting card. Niroshan Dikwala, the opening batter, he couldn't capitalize today as well. But the standout, Nipun Karunanayake, 71 of 140 unbeaten. Unfortunately, he couldn't help his team home. Here's a quick look at the match summary. CDB taking on BBK partnership, winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. They bowled out CDB for 199. Brilliant performance by Nipun Dhananjaya, Sonal Dinusha. They got off to a start but couldn't capitalize. Vyaskanth, the highlight of the bowling, 4 for 27 of his 7.3. In chase, BBK partnership, 196 for 9 of 50 overs, falling 3 runs short. Nipun Karunanayake, the standout player, 71 of 140. And Sarjan Samuganathan, the little Sangha we call him, 36 of 60. Standout for the bowling department, Tharindra Ratnayake, 3 for 39. Well, CDB winning the game by 3 runs. Well, that's the game. Thank you and goodbye until we see you again with the next match.